Прийшли окупанти до нас в Україну, форма новенька, воєнні машини та трохи поплавився їх інвентар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Російські танкісти сховались в кущі, щоб лаптем посьорбати довбані щі, та трохи у чах перегрівся навар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Приперли зі сходу до нас барани для восстановлення
великої страни.
Найкращий пастух баранячих отар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Їх доводи всяке озброєння різне, потужні ракети, машини залізні, у нас на всі доводи є коментар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Вони захопити хотіли нас зразу, а ми зачаїли на орків образу з російських бандитів, робить примар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Російська поліція справи заводить, там пивцю рашистів ніяк не знаходить, хто винен, що в нашому полі глухар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Веде пропаганду кремлівський урод, слова пропаганди ковтає народ, тепер нове слово знає цар.
Байрактар.
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 Yes.
The lead Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1211 of the War News stream. And today we have massive news yet again out of the Middle East and also Ukraine as well. We've heard today that U.S. officials have approved strikes on Iranian nuclear sites as of today. Also, Israel's continuing attacking Tehran, the capital of Iran, and also U.S. ships evacuate from Bahrain today and left the port. And we have massive news, and it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world, as we've been able to hear that the Islamic Republic of Iran has seen a large amount of destruction to their air forces today, as Israeli airstrikes were able to reach all the way into the most northeasterly area of the Islamic Republic of Iran, Mashhad, destroying a Boeing 707 in-air tanker used by the Iranian Air Force, along with attack helicopters being destroyed at the Iranian airbase at Kermanshah. We were also able to hear additional information as well that the Israeli Air Forces have been able to successfully attempt a destruction of the Iranian police headquarters within central Tehran. The loss of this building will be significant to the command structure of the internal security forces that may be able to keep the Iranian regime alive in the event of an uprising. At the exact same time, the evidence of Mossad operatives still operating around the area of Tehran is clear, as a Spike ATGM operated from the mountain ranges just north of Karaj and Tehran was located today by Iranian security forces showing that the Israeli Mossad is in full operation in the area and is continuing to target and assassinate top officials at will. We have also been able to hear additional information as well that the United States of America is on the very brink of entering the war in support of the state of Israel against the Islamic Republic of Iran, as the United States Secretary of Defense stated today that the United States is ready to go at any given moment. Continued force deployments are still occurring by the United States as another significant flight of C-17s and KC-135 Stratotankers has been seen leaving the United States as F-22 Raptors, also inbound for the Middle East, landed in the UK temporarily earlier today. We have also been able to hear that U.S. naval forces are continuing to shift throughout the region as the USS Gerald R. Ford, the United States Navy's most advanced aircraft carrier, will be entering EUCOM's area of responsibility or theater of command and will be stationed inside the Eastern Mediterranean, so its strike group may be able to provide future air defense to the state of Israel in the incoming Iranian attacks. At the same time, U.S. and UK naval assets stationed at Bahrain and Qatar have broken out into the open sea today and are racing with all available speed to escape the Persian Gulf in case of the Islamic Republic of Iran's attempt to possibly mine the entrance of the Persian Gulf at the Strait of Hormuz. It's trying to avoid a complete encirclement if the hostilities are to increase. We have also been able to hear inside of Ukraine that Russian Federation forces have continued to be thwarted in most offensives, as we have been able to see that the Ukrainian armed forces have stopped all Russian offensives at the city of Toretsk and Pokrovsk, although Russian Federation forces are making a slow and grinding advance through the fields just to the area south of Pokrovsk in the fields near Kurakove and Velika Novosilka. We have also been able to hear that the Russian Federation, through the president of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, has also stated that they will speak to anyone, including Zelensky, although prior peace talks have shown absolutely no positive results and have largely showed that the Russian Federation is attempting to take advantage of the goodwill of the negotiating teams of the United States of America and the state of Ukraine combined. The Ukrainians are also preparing defenses within the northern area of their region in preparation for a possible Russian offensive in the later part of the summer by the Russians through Belarus. We also have had a large amount of additional details as well in between of all of the significant major diplomatic and military developments that are still occurring throughout the regions of Ukraine and the Middle East, but tonight is a very significant night of news coverage, and we are going to be making sure to give y'all the large amount of details and news that we have had over the course of today. Starting off inside the Islamic Republic of Iran, we have been able to hear that Israeli airstrikes are continuing to hit with a great deal of veracity and are causing a significant amount of damage to the Islamic Republic of Iran's armed forces. It appears that for now, the Israelis have moved on from striking nuclear targets, at least for the moment, and are now moving into airstrikes over the past 24 hours against Iran's air forces and air attack forces in general. All the way in the northeastern region of Mashhad, an area that has not been hit so far or had any confirmations of being hit, we were able to see that the Iranian Air Force apparently was storing and attempting to hide their Boeing 707 aerial tankers within this airbase that we can see here on film. It is largely a commercial airport that is not outfitted in any way that we can tell for military operations or activities, but we were able to visibly see satellite footage confirming the use, existence, and operation of Iranian Air Force 707 aerial tankers that were operating out of the Mashhad airbase. It does appear that, at least according to satellite footage, the Israelis were able to successfully destroy and evaporate a Boeing 707 tanker on the tarmac over the course of last night. These satellite pictures were taken by the Maxar satellite, if I'm not mistaken, and I believe, let me make sure to check this here. I actually cannot read the smaller text there.
Actually, I believe it's Planet Labs, actually, who took this photo.
I believe it actually is. It is Planet Labs. But we are able to see here the Boeing 707 aerial tanker, and we were able to confirm that this is a Boeing 707 aerial tanker of the Iranian Air Force. The Iranian Air Force actually operates 3 Boeing 707 aerial tankers, along with 3 Boeing 747 aerial tankers, as well as their part, or largely their entirety, of their strategic aerial tanker force. We are able to confirm through these differences of satellite pictures on the 15th of June seen here and the 17th of June seen here that the Israelis were able to successfully hit and destroy the 707 tanker that was parked on the runway near to the area of Mashhad. This is also making it incredibly clear that the Islamic Republic of Iran's Air Force is starting to suffer significant losses even in the most northeasterly region of the country. The fact that this is hundreds of miles away from northern Iraq is actually suggesting that a deep penetration air operation was conducted by the Israelis to fly into Iranian airspace and then launched their air-based ordnances towards the city of Mashhad to be able to target and destroy that specific aerial tanker. Not only that, the loss of aerial tankers is a significant loss for Iran's combat sustainment operations for their air forces into the future. A significant number of the Iranian Air Force's combat aircraft have already been destroyed in prior Israeli airstrikes, including the large majority of their F-4 Phantoms and a significant number of F-14 Tomcats that have also been operated from the air bases at let me see, Hamad Hamadan as well as Isfahan, but it does appear that they are now losing their aerial tankers as well, meaning that throughout the future, combat sustainment operations for Iran's Air Force will be greatly limited due to the lack of available or operational tankers within the Iranian Air Force. We also were able to see as well that Israeli air attacks were also targeting destroying the Iranian rotary attack aviation wings at the airport of Kermanshah earlier today as well. We were able to see the first clips coming out showing clear signs of damage and destruction at the military airbase as smoke was beginning to rise from the protected, well, over the protected barriers near to the area of the Kermanshah Army Aviation Wings section of the airfield. We were able to see this rising smoke plume right here. We were then able to see later that the Israeli Air Force actually published footage of the strikes that were being conducted and the Tufan attack helicopters that ended up being destroyed. The Tufan attack helicopters is the Iranian variant of a normal AH-1 Cobra attack helicopter that was priorly used in the U.S. Army and Marine Corps and is still in limited form used in the U.S. Marine Corps, but most of these helicopters were retired in the 80s and replaced by the AH-64 Apache longbows, which are still used to this day. However, the Islamic Republic of Iran largely counts these helicopters as the large bulk of their rotary aviation wing attack forces, and we were able to see in this footage published by the Israeli Air Force that airstrikes were able to hit and destroy a decent amount of these helicopters based out of Kermanshah in this clip here, also showing us where the smoke plumes were coming from in the prior clip that we also got from Kermanshah earlier today. We can actually locate exactly where this last helicopter was hit, down to the very spot on the airfield. Moving us on into Kermanshah itself, we can go over here to this airfield and see that it was this exact paddock with this exact helicopter that we can see here on satellite image that was hit and destroyed at the very end of that clip. The area of Kermanshah, or the Kermanshah airfield, is a very special airfield, at least with its geographical layout, that can be visually confirmed from satellite photography like we're seeing here. It is the only airbase that we've been able to see so far throughout the entirety of Iran that has this specially designed tarmac area for their army aviation, and for this reason we are able to confirm without a shadow of a doubt that this footage did come from the Kermanshah airfield, and it came from the Army Rotary Aviation Wing section right next to the most easterly area of the compound right over here, actually just not too far from the security perimeter, which has a large earthen berm, which we once again were able to see in the last clip where the smoke plumes were rising. I'll show you all this once again, just to make sure that we can corroborate our geolocations here. This earthen berm that you were seeing right here is actually the earthen berm that parallels this highway right here. You can actually visibly see it here on the satellite photography, meaning that we are able to confirm without a shadow of a doubt that there was a significant amount of damage caused to the Army aviation wings of Iran's army, at least in the area of Kermanshah today. Outside of that, we also were able to hear additional information about Israeli airstrikes continuing to hit and destroy targets throughout the entirety of the country. We were able to hear that a very significant attack was conducted today inside of Tehran, where Israeli air forces were able to hit and destroy the Iranian police headquarters within central Tehran. Unlike the United States of America, which largely works with a federalized police force with state and federal police forces working on separate authoritative tracks, the Iranian police force is actually consolidated into a singular national police force, meaning that all police forces throughout the country and internal security forces are largely operated from the Iranian police headquarters seen in this picture here on fire. We were able to get confirmation 3 hours ago from Iranian state media that the Israelis did strike and destroy the Iranian police headquarters earlier today, meaning that the internal security situation inside of Iran will be incredibly strenuous from this point forward. This headquarters was used to confirm and corroborate information, details, and also the continuance of operations by Iranian internal security services, meaning that for the moment this major centralized headquarters does not have an actual building of operations, meaning that for now the Iranian security forces inside of the country will be dealing with delayed response times, or maybe even delayed actions by their higher chain of command, considering the lack of a centralized police headquarters and most likely the deaths of multiple top police officials and internal security service officials throughout the country in that strike. We also were able to confirm further airstrikes throughout the entirety of the Tehran area, although we were able to hear in the midst of this that Iran apparently started to impose restrictions on internet access throughout the country, stating that the state of Israel was using the internet wrongfully to try and pretty much use it for warlike purposes. But to really quickly break, we actually have breaking news coming out of the area of Iraq. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so just to report this real quick, right now we did get word that the IDF has issued an evacuation order for the Iraq heavy water nuclear reactor inside of Iran. That is in the city of Iraq inside of Iran, of course. And right now the Israeli military has issued a 2-kilometer evacuation order around that nuclear facility in central Iran. Right now we're waiting to see exactly when this attack is going to take place, but I would imagine it's going to be very quick after this evacuation order was issued, and it appears to have been issued about an hour ago. So we could be seeing imminent strikes on that nuclear facility that's in Iraq any minute right now. So just to report on that real quick to keep everybody up to date as to what's happening with it.
And we actually will be getting to that right now. I'll make a break really quickly to speak about that. We were able to hear that an evacuation order has been issued for Iraq, as while we are currently talking about the Israeli airstrikes that have been conducted through the course of the day, we have already been able to hear that the Israelis have now issued an evacuation order specifically for the area of the IR-40 research reactor just north of Iraq. The research reactor in Iraq is actually a very important one for Iranian nuclearization programs. And we can actually see the Iraq heavy water reactor facility in this area right here. This research reactor is actually operated through raw uranium ore and not any sort of enriched uranium materials. It has to use heavy water to be able to stabilize this reaction, but one of these side products of this reaction is plutonium, and plutonium can also be used in nuclear weapons production similarly to that of enriched uranium at an enrichment grade of 90% or higher. We are seeing that the Israelis are now giving a direct mention that this area must be evacuated inevitably, and we were able to see this statement issued here in Arabic as well, most likely attempting to reach out to the Iranians at the facility and let them know to get out of there before this strike is to occur. This facility is once again an incredibly important one for the Iranian nuclear research program due to its ability to produce weapons grade or weapons usable plutonium. If the Iranians are not in possession of this system, they will not be able to create any nuclear weapons that would use plutonium as its main propellant or ignition source. So the Israelis must destroy this facility to once again ensure that the Iranian nuclear weapons program is not able to produce or create any nuclear weapons in the future, either that are uranium based or are plutonium based. So we will be waiting to see additional information even as we're live on air covering all of the news of the day to see if the IR-40 reactor north of Iraq, or more so closer to the city of Kondab, will be hit soon by an Israeli airstrike. It appears inevitable considering the statements for evacuation. We have been able to see that so far the Israelis have made true on every evacuation notice that their evacuation notices are not given without due cause. Evacuation notices were given yesterday near to the area of the Mashhad International Airport, and we were able to confirm that airstrikes did hit and destroy some Iranian aircraft near to the area of the Mashhad International Airport, including F-14 Tomcats, which were stationed at this airbase, meaning that this evacuation order has the same credence to it as the Tehran evacuation orders, and will most likely be seeing those strikes being conducted here within the next few hours. Outside of that, we were able to hear of even larger airstrikes earlier in the day near to the city of Tehran, as a significant missile manufactory was once again hit near to the eastern area of Tehran, and white smoke plumes began to pop up into the sky, once again showing that the Israelis are helping the Iranian public to be able to elect a new Ayatollah. Outside of that, we were able to see another picture taken minutes later, once again showing the sheer plume and scale of the explosion. Thick white smoke such as this is usually seen in a propellant explosion, either of gunpowder or some sort of solid rocket propellant. It does appear that from these videos and pictures that we've been able to get over prior days, the Israelis have been taking a concentrated effort over the past 36 hours to target and destroy any Iranian missile production facilities that are found near to the area of the Kojir National Park and the Sorke Hesar National Park as well. We can actually see that one of these missile production facilities were targeted and destroyed just about 36 hours ago in this specific location here, although we were not able to geolocate the specific location of the other missile manufactory that was hit. It is confirmed to be somewhere around the Sorke Hesar National Park, as this explosion did occur within the eastward area of the city, and once again it is a large white smoke plume. Large white smoke plumes are not seen, and we have a lot of proof and corroboration for this claim from the Ukraine war, unless if it is some sort of a propellant production facility or a facility producing weaponry that uses some sort of solid rocket or solid gunpowder propellant in its production. Outside of that, we also were able to see even larger airstrikes as well, happening in the city of Karaj, just to the west of Tehran, earlier today as well, in this clip right here. We have still not been able to geolocate the exact area that this happened in Karaj. There isn't a great deal of identifiable landmarks except for these two water towers near to pretty much right next to each other. So unfortunately, we cannot tell you all the exact location where those airstrikes occurred in Karaj still. However, it is quite clear that the Israelis were also continuing to airstrike the very western area of Tehran as well today, as we were able to see more smoke plumes rising from Israeli airstrikes that were also hitting the western area of the city of Tehran itself, showing that Tehran has been under significant air attacks for the past 24 hours alone. And even beyond that, we have been able to hear that the Israelis are now planning, once again to circle back to this now that it's largely getting us on into the present day, they are also issuing an evacuation order for the Iraq heavy water nuclear reactor, also called reactor IR-40 to many who are in the know about the specific nuclear facility names throughout the Islamic Republic of Iran, and it does appear that the Israelis will now be targeting and destroying the specific reactor dome inside of the area of that facility. Destroying the reactor dome will stop the reactor from operating and may cause a small radiological incident, but considering that it is a research reactor, radiological fallout from this airstrike will be minimal and most likely will only affect the small surrounding area near to the reactor itself. Outside of that, we have also been able to hear even more information about Mossad ground operations around the capital of Tehran, as the Iranian security forces were able to find an abandoned but used Spike anti-tank guided missile launcher within the mountains earlier today, once again showing us that Mossad operators are still moving around the city largely freely at this point and are taking free reign to use whatever weaponry they were able to smuggle into the country or whatever weaponry they were able to produce inside the country to target and attack key sites and government officials still to this very moment right now, showing that there is
That is quite interesting, though, because you remember we saw that footage a while ago of it. It appeared to show a missile taking off from one area of the city. I think it was near Tehran, actually. It took off somewhere in Tehran, and it went over and struck another building just about a block or two away. And people were saying maybe it was a faulty interceptor missile of some sort that maybe was trying to take off to get something, or maybe it was simply a spike being used by Mossad agents on the ground to take out another target that was in a building inside of Tehran. So now we see this sitting on the ground. Apparently, they are using spikes, so it's clearly proof of it right here in the photo. So maybe that is what happened in that video that we saw just about a day or two ago.
It's highly possible, actually. It's a really good point. We did see that video a while ago, and it actually does appear that the Mossad operatives in the area of Tehran may have been able to smuggle in a significant amount of Spike ATGMs and have been using them in precision strikes against Iranian officials or Iranian strategic targets throughout the city, attempting to cause light damage to them with these launchers. It appears that from this moment, we are understanding that the Mossad operatives are not firing the spike, loading it up, and then transporting it out of the area. It appears that they are using these spikes in one-time uses and then disposing of the system after the launch is conducted. To make this clear to many, unlike other anti-tank guided missile systems that we've seen in other conflicts, this system is reusable, much like the Stugna ATGM of Ukraine or the Kornets ATGM of the Russian Federation, meaning that these operatives have been able to bring in a specific number of these Spike ATGMs, most likely along with additional extras in case of failures, to be able to use them in one-time attacks and then immediately abandon the site and then flee to another location, not even spending time to pack up or remove the Spike ATGM from the general area. It also appears that this is starting to become a larger issue for the Islamic Republic of Iran, because it seems that nowhere is truly safe from Mossad operatives at this point. We also were able to hear of more explosions occurring within the northern area of the city of Isfahan near to Shahin, as an airstrike was conducted in this area, and we were able to see a putrid orange smoke emanating from one of the strike locations. Usually orange smoke suggests some sort of a nitric acid or some sort of incredibly toxic fire that is emitting a large volume of toxic fumes. We were not able to corroborate what exact toxic chemicals were on fire, but we were able to see the clip here of these guys driving right through it and probably inhaling cancer of a terminal form. But here's the clip.
Oh, wow. You don't want to drive through that. That looks deadly.
Absolutely not. General rule of thumb for everyone, if you ever see anything burning and the smoke is not black or white, you want to get the hell away from it. That is always going to be a toxic fire, and the contents of that smoke, if inhaled in any way, could cause serious neurological or bodily damage if you are to inhale that. It also could produce a significant amount of cancer as well. It's a little bit crazy to see these people drove right through it, not knowing the danger of what they were actually driving into. Outside of that, however, moving on into some more information, we also were able to hear that the Israelis apparently have a plan to take out Fordo with or without U.S. involvement, as a statement did come out earlier today that Israel has a plan for Fordo and the ability to carry it out on its own, a senior Israeli military official said without elaborating. It is also taking a broader view of its mission by attacking Iran's military leadership and nuclear scientists, as well as components of the nuclear program itself. We then were able to hear later that the Israelis corroborated and said that they might do it with humans. That is correct, people. The Israeli government stated that they might do it with humans. But we are able to understand that they are speaking about some sort of a Israeli special forces operation that will be able to breach the area of the Fordo enrichment facility, be able to get inside of the facility, and then destroy it from within. We are not exactly sure how successful an operation like that would be, considering that the facility is underground, and we do understand that the opening to the facility may be heavily guarded or protected by any sort of a forcible entry. Outside of that, however, it is quite clear that the Israelis are absolutely hell-bent on destroying the Fordo uranium enrichment plant, which, as information has started to come out further and further, and we're getting more intelligence on the site, appears to have not been significantly damaged by the original airstrikes that opened up this conflict 7 days ago by the Israelis. We were able to confirm that the Natanz nuclear site has been pretty much destroyed entirely, but it appears that the Fordo nuclear facility, or the Fordo enrichment plant, has largely survived with light damage and is still operational at this point, meaning that the Iranians still possess the ability to enrich uranium to a weapons grade, and they may also be able to cause the future development of a nuclear weapon as a result of that. The Israelis are hell-bent on stopping that at this point, no matter the means, no matter the necessities that have to be made. Outside of that, however, the U.S. has reportedly approved strikes on Iran, but has withheld their final orders. And a lot of people are also wondering what is going to be happening with a result of that, especially considering that the Israelis seem to be running into a good bit of difficulty actually attacking and destroying the Fordo facility with airstrikes, and are now having to consider the infiltration of Israeli special forces to be able to try and target and destroy the site completely. So Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right. So today we did hear that the U.S. president met with the National Security Council and also met in the Situation Room with his cabinet and discussed the possibility of carrying out these strikes inside of Iran on the nuclear infrastructure, specifically targeting the Fordo nuclear facility. But of course, the added, side effect of that would be essentially entering the war against Iran, and it will have consequences to it, regardless of what our decision is. So that is apparently what's happening. The U.S. has reportedly approved those strikes, but they withheld the final order, according to the reports that we've gotten today. So are the strikes going to happen in the end? So 48% said yes, the strikes seem almost certain, while 23% said no, the U.S. is just posturing, and 22% said it's still a 50-50 chance. And right now, it is a bit of a toss-up, in my opinion. I would say we're definitely leaning toward conducting strikes. It seems to be likely the case. We're moving so many assets from the United States over to the Middle East, and also evacuating our ships from Bahrain as well, from the ports in that area, to get ready basically for a war with Iran. You wouldn't do all of that stuff, which is material movements of troops and assets, unless you were planning on actually conducting these strikes. So I would say the odds are probably heavily in the favor of strikes being carried out. But of course, there is always a possibility that this is posturing simply for negotiations. But I think Iran's going to seal the deal on that one pretty much. Iran is not going to talk, and that's pretty much going to seal their fate, which means that the U.S. is going to enter the war, which is going to be very devastating for Iran, very, very much so. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would generally have to believe that the United States is most likely going to be striking the Islamic Republic of Iran here soon, because a special forces operation to penetrate the underground facility of Fordo and then successfully destroy it is going to be an incredibly lofty goal, if not impossible for the large part. The Israelis may have some confidence that they would be able to get special forces units into the area and possibly into the facility, but their chances of actually knocking that facility out, especially considering that the idea or notion is being publicly mentioned, is highly unlikely. At this point, considering that it's been publicly mentioned the Israelis are now considering special forces entering the facility on the ground, it's highly likely that the Iranians will be strengthening the ground security around the facility and inside of the facility as well. The U.S. has the ability to destroy this facility from above with the GBU-57, otherwise called the MOP. The MOP is a massive ordnance penetrator that is designed to be able to penetrate about 200 feet of ground and then explode 200 feet under the surface of the planet. It is a very interesting sort of an explosive, and technically is larger than the Moab, or the massive, I believe it's the massive ordnance airburst, or something along that is its actual technical name. But beyond that, this system is specifically designed to be able to penetrate and destroy underground facilities like the one we're seeing at Fordo. It also has a large amount of explosives on board as well, including, I want to make sure that we get this correct here, it has about 5,000 pounds of explosives inside of it, of the AFX 757 or PBXN 114 variety, which are incredibly potent. This system could destroy it from above without the need of special forces going in to have to target and destroy the facility. The thing is, though, is that so far the United States is still considering or talking about the use of this weapon, because this pretty much would end the Iranian nuclear weapon and research program once and for all with its usage. While the public statement is that it's able to penetrate around 200 feet of ground and explode, we are believing that its abilities are far more than that, and it most likely is able to penetrate 350 feet worth of ground and then explode at that depth, considering that usually public statistics of U.S. weaponry is greatly understated to mislead our enemies into a sense of false security. With that in mind, this system is really the only one that easily could do this, and considering the fact that the Israelis have hit the Iranians already with massive strikes that have already crippled the Iranian nuclear weapons program, it is highly likely that the Iranians, if given the possibility, will continue to enrich uranium and process plutonium to be able to create a nuclear weapon that will threaten the United States and the Israelis here in the near future. That is pretty much something that is a guaranteed certainty. So it's either the U.S. acts now and quickly knocks out the Fordo facility, or the Israelis attempt and most likely fail at a special operations mission to destroy the facility, and then the Iranians will possess a nuclear weapon at some point in the future. So U.S. involvement is pretty much a near certainty at this point, given our likelihood of scenarios and how easy it would be to drop a large bunker buster like the GBU-57 onto the facility and end it once and for all. But outside of that, we do have a decent amount of news and developments about that future U.S. involvement that is showing us that a large amount of people, the 48% who voted for that option on that question, may be pretty much correct. We have been able to hear today, at least from the United States Capitol in Washington, D.C., that the U.S. Secretary of Defense has stated that the United States military is prepared to execute any decisions of the president on war and peace, largely stating in a more diplomatic form that the U.S. is ready for war on the president's orders. We have also been able to hear that at the moment, no final decision has been reached, as another Situation Room meeting was held today, and we have not been able to hear of any details or statements showing that the United States has made a final decision. While they have not made a final decision, it's incredibly clear that there is a final decision that's already in play, as another large wave of C-17s and KC-135 Stratotankers were seen setting off from the United States today and flying across the Atlantic on their way to the Middle East. We also were able to confirm that some of those aircraft that took off yesterday are already entering the Middle East at this point, as we were able to confirm their locations through Flight Radar 24, and they were flying on into the Middle East as of today, showing that all of these aircraft are taking a short pit stop at U.S. air bases throughout Europe and then pressing on for the final leg into the Middle East over about a 24 to 36 hour period from their initial takeoffs at their air bases inside of the United States. We also were able to see that F-22s in significant numbers were spotted landing inside the United Kingdom at RAF Lakenheath, a significant air base for the U.S. jumping off into the Middle East from the United States, which is in Northcom. So these F-22s currently have taken off from Northcom's area of responsibility, flown across the Atlantic, having several in-air refuelings in the process, landed at RAF Lakenheath at EUCOM's area of responsibility, and then they'll be taking off most likely in the night right now or tomorrow morning to fly the remaining leg into CENTCOM's area of responsibility, and then to join CENTCOM's command operations in the area and their possible planning here in the future for any kind of operations. The fact that the F-22 is being moved in is a very clear sign that air operations are inevitable at this point in the defense and offense of U.S. forces within the region. F-22s are a stealth air superiority fighter and are a purebred aircraft designed for the interception and destruction of enemy air targets. They have no other missions like the F-35 that can be conducted. The F-22 is not a multi-role, it is a purebred air superiority fighter. And with this in mind and the fact that these are being moved into the area, this is showing us that the United States is moving in our terms, the finer China, to be able to deal with the situation that's going to be coming up here in the future. Not only that, the USS Gerald R. Ford strike group, the most advanced strike group that we have inside the U.S. Navy currently, is going to be underway within a week. for its regularly scheduled deployment to the U.S.'s EUCOM area of responsibility as well. We do understand that its basing is largely going to be inside of the Mediterranean and highly likely within the Eastern Mediterranean, once again adding the firepower of another additional strike group on top of the HMS Prince of Wales, the USS Carl S. Vinson, and the USS Nimitz, which will be on scene in the theater, largely of CENTCOM's area of responsibility, to be able to respond to any incidents or air attacks that are conducted by the Iranians, and to also possibly conduct offensive air operations against the Islamic Republic of Iran, similar to those air operations that were conducted by the United States against the Yemeni Houthis some short while ago. We have also been able to hear that there has been possible U.S. air involvement with jet aircraft already near to the area of the Syria-Iraq border, although those are only uncorroborated reports at this moment, and we have not been able to get video or picture evidence or official government statements to corroborate those claims. But that largely appears to be the U.S. air action at the moment, and it is very much suggesting that the United States is going to be moving into offensive air operations here very soon. Everything that's being moved in is largely offensive in its actual intended purpose and form. But with that, we also have some more news about the ongoing Israeli air operations that have been conducted against the Islamic Republic of Iran. But we do actually have some breaking news coming out of this moment from the Middle East. Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so we're getting some more breaking news right this second that apparently another country, it appears to be Australia this time, has begun evacuating its citizens from Israel right now as we speak. And Australia's government commented on the situation and said that the situation in the Middle East is increasingly dangerous, and they're advising all their citizens to leave Israel immediately in preparations for a massive escalation in the Middle East. So it does appear that another country has joined the rest of the countries, this time being Australia, in telling its citizens to leave. So also another big move. Not really sure what the exact reasoning was behind it, but I can only imagine that it probably is because the U.S. is about to join the war, and that's going to lead to a massive escalation against U.S. forces and also Israel itself from Iran and also its buddies in the region as well. So we're hearing that right now.
And so it does appear that the nation of Australia is now also issuing a leave it once order for its citizens, as we're pretty much calling them across the board. It does appear that pretty much every single country out there, including the United States, is largely designating Israel as an active war zone at the moment due to the ongoing Iranian ballistic missile attacks, which have still been going on pretty much throughout the course of the day. They haven't been incredibly large to the point that we were having to cover a breaking news stream today, but they have been somewhat significant and are once again starting to grow slightly in size, back up into about a dozen or possibly 24 per attack. Still, much smaller than the original attack, some of the first opening attacks we saw, which had around 70 or 80 ballistic missiles in them, but still, they are starting to grow in size, and possibly showing that the Iranian ballistic missile crews are able to get a little rest, sunshine, and a hot breakfast of pancakes and eggies to be able to get back out there and start firing off the missiles again. Outside of that, though, we have been able to hear that Israeli air operations are continuing throughout pretty much the entirety of the central area of the Middle East and also the Far East as well, as we were able to see that drones were intercepted today over Syria by the Israeli air defense. This comes after Al-Jalani actually opened up their airspace for Israeli air defenses. And there goes the drone. A very successful air interception. Outside of that, we also were able to hear that an Israeli stealth drone was also seen in the area of southern Syria today, flying into Iraq in Israeli RA-01 on its way to Iran. These drones are used for in-depth reconnaissance operations where there may be heavier air defense presence. We haven't seen air defense presence so far anywhere, really, but it does appear that the Israelis are still taking extra precautions and making sure to bring in stealth recon drones to be able to gather more intelligence and details for future airstrikes, or to see how some targets have fared in prior airstrikes that were also conducted by the Israelis. Interestingly enough, we also got to see some footage issued by the Israeli Defense Forces of their aircraft getting in-air refueling somewhere, most likely within northern Iraq. And we can see that footage right here. In the first part of the clip, we can actually see an F-16 Barak 2, which is the twin-seater version of the F-16D in service with the Israeli Air Force, also fitted with conformal fuel tanks and larger underslung wing fuel tanks being refueled in air. This is an incredibly interesting thing to note, and I have to make sure to note this to all of y'all, because this aircraft is already configured for the longest duration air operations that an F-16 can conduct without in-air refueling. The conformal fuel tanks on the fuselage actually had a significant extra amount of fuel to the F-16. And not only that, we were able to visually confirm in this video that they had at least 2 additional 600-gallon tanks under the wings. The fact that this aircraft is requiring refueling is showing that Israeli aircraft are either conducting incredibly long missions with a large amount of loiter time over northern Iraq, or may actually be conducting deeper penetration air operations into Iran itself, where they have to fly a significant amount of mileage into the country to be able to drop their air-launched ordnance towards the Iranians. That may also be the reason why we saw that 707 was destroyed in Mashhad, is because these aircraft are flying such long duration missions that they actually are requiring in-air refueling. Or it may generally be the fact that they're just loitering for an incredibly long time over northern Iraq and are requiring an in-air refueling for that reason as well, but it seems a little unlikely. That would take a very long amount of flight time for these aircraft to be refueled, especially with all of the additional fuel tanks that they're carrying on board in this clip. We can then see the F-16 disconnect and then move out of the way. We can also see that it was equipped with AIM-20 AMRAAMs as well, which you can see right there. Actually, that may not be an AIM-20 AMRAAM. That may be the Israeli version of the AIM-20. We also got to see a Baz Meshapar also being refueled as well. This is the Israeli version of the F-15E for the large part, and we can also see it being refueled as well. It once again has extended range fuel tanks. It also has conformal fuel tanks along its fuselage, and we can also see some sort of a targeting pod that was also attached to the lower part of the fuselage, or that may actually be a GBU. We couldn't really tell for sure. But once again, this aircraft is also outfitted for extended range air operations, and yet it is still being refueled at the time. Once again, suggesting either long loiter times or deep penetration air operations. In this last clip, we saw an F-35. It appears to be completely naked with no additional extended range fuel tanks, largely suggesting that this is conducting air defense of the ongoing strikes conducted by the F-15s and the F-16s. That's the end of that clip, but still showing us that the Israelis are conducting some pretty extensive air operations at the moment, and with due cause. We were able to see that the Iranians were continuing to launch a larger amount of ballistic missiles today, once again climbing in number, and we actually got to see some footage on the ground of these ballistic missile launches being conducted by the Iranians just today. We see the missiles being launched from their sights on the ground. And making their way towards the state of Israel. Over the course of the day, there's been about 3 Iranian ballistic missile launches, and in total, only about 30 ballistic missiles have been fired over the course of the day throughout all of these attacks. From what we understand, these are the Emad and Garid versions or variants of the missiles, but we have also been able to hear that apparently the Sejer, as well as the Kermanshah, I believe it's called, have also possibly been fired over the course of the day as well. We also have to clarify while we're moving on to the next clip that no Israeli F-35s or F-22s have been shot down, and the Israeli or Iranian Air Force and Iranian government has never been able to make true on the statement that they were able to capture a shot down Israeli pilot by showing them on television, meaning that those statements are dubiously false, and any spreading of that information is largely entirely propaganda by the Islamic Republic of Iran, as there is truly no proof of any F-22 or F-35 debris on the ground in northern Iraq or inside of Iran, or the existence of a captured Israeli pilot. However, we have also been able to hear of more Iranian rockets that were fired through the course of the day, or at least video clips and information on the prior attacks through the course of the day. We were able to see one of the Iranian ballistic missiles right here going exo-atmospheric. And that's the end of the clip right there. And moving on into our next clip, we also got to hear that apparently, possibly there was a Kermanshah 4 medium-range ballistic missile fired today. These are some newer missiles, actually, that have been used or largely produced by the Islamic Republic of Iran since they've only been in service since 2023. And if these were used, it is the first time they've ever been used in any combat operations in their service life. We have also been able to hear outside of that it appears that there are further developments now going on inside of the area of the Persian Gulf. We were able to hear that some Iranian government jets appear to have taken off today and were flying towards the area of Oman, including two A340s and, well, actually two A321s and an A340 that appear to have been flying towards Oman. We were able to see these two earlier in the day, and we were also able to see a third one taking off later in the day as well. We were not exactly sure what they were doing or where they were going, but we were able to see these on flight radar for a limited time. We also were able to hear that it appears that the International Mercantile Marine, well, not the International Mercantile Marine, correction, everyone, the International Merchant Ships Associations are starting to report that any commercial ships that are traveling or transiting through the Strait of Hormuz should avoid Iran's waters at all costs. The Islamic Republic of Iran's Navy is notorious for forcing ships into Iranian territorial waters if they are not inside of them, and then seizing the vessels and holding the crews hostage for leverage. It appears that right now transits around the Strait of Hormuz are incredibly dangerous due to this fact, and it is possible that we may see future U.S. or Royal Navy involvement within the area, attempting to escort large groups of tankers into the Persian Gulf and out to ensure that the Islamic Republic of Iran cannot conduct a form of terrorism against the merchant ships that are traveling through this area at the time. However, that situation is also going to be a little bit more difficult, as we were able to hear that all British and UK warships have set sail from Bahrain and Qatar today and are making all available speed at this moment out of the Persian Gulf. We were able to hear information later in the day corroborating that all ships have left, as we were able to see the Oman Navy at Muham Wodam As-Sahil, very difficult name to pronounce there, and we also were able to hear of the multinational base inside of Salman Port in Bahrain have all been emptied out of at least foreign naval vessels, as they are now all making all available speed at the moment out of the Persian Gulf. This is due to a fear that the Iranian Navy may be able to surprise mine the entrance of the Strait of Hormuz, practically sealing off the U.S. Navy and and Royal Navy assets inside the Persian Gulf from exterior support or resupply, making their situation untenable within the region, and for this reason they are being withdrawn out of those bases, and they're now being forced to steam into the Gulf of Oman and the Arabian Sea to await joining up with the USS Carl S. Vinson and the USS Nimitz carrier strike groups, or to possibly be rebased in other naval bases that are not in jeopardy of some form of strategic or logistical encirclement at the time. This was also followed by U.S. forces and U.S. Air Forces moving out of the Al Udeid Air Base inside of Qatar, which we were able to hear earlier today as well. It is quite clear at the moment that the U.S. Military is starting to move out of the way of potential encirclements or supply cutoffs that could be happening near the Strait of Hormuz, which is once again heavily suggesting that hostile actions will be taking place, because if the United States was not going to be taking any hostile actions, it has become quite clear that the Iranians are not going to be attacking them. This movement to get them out of the way of a possible encirclement as a retaliatory action is clearly showing that the U.S. is still preparing to become involved inside of the Middle East and against the Islamic Republic of Iran. Outside of that, we have actually covered almost everything that's going on in the Middle East today, and pretty much everything that's also been going on in the United States as a response. And so, actually, crazily enough, I'm very thankful that we've been able to get through this so far, but we have been able to hear of some more developments at the moment outside of this, as the U.S. has announced that it has lost 2 U.S. soldiers in the Middle East due to non-combat incidents. One died one died somewhere in the Middle East that was based out of a U.S. military facility in Kuwait, and another one actually died in Erbil just yesterday. Both of them are stated by the U.S. Department of Defense to be non-combat related injuries that led to the deaths of these service members overseas, but it is interesting to note that the city of Erbil has been under prior attack by Iranian proxy forces, and it is possible that they may have been killed by some form of an Iranian strike. But nevertheless, Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
So it looks like 37% of the audience said it sounds like training accidents is what unfortunately led to the death of the 2 soldiers, while 29% were unsure, and 22% said they were attacked by Iran and that's why they lost their lives, and 12% said it sounds like normal death. And this one is a bit tricky because, of course, both of the soldiers were deployed to the Middle East, where right now there is a regional war taking place right now. And one of the locations was Erbil, where one of the soldiers was lost. And we did hear of some reports of maybe some unconfirmed attacks around that area where those soldiers could have been based. We also saw that the other guy, I can't remember, Enforcer, where was the other location where the other soldier was lost? Do you recall?
He was technically based out of I believe, a airbase in Kuwait, but they did not list his exact location of death, unlike the other service member who did die in Erbil.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. They were very vague on the details about the death of these 2 soldiers, so it's really hard to tell exactly what's happening with this. But of course, when you start seeing deaths of soldiers in quote-unquote non-combat incidents in an area of the world which is really popping off at an unprecedented rate, you can't help but think maybe this is some type of cover-up, and maybe these soldiers were lost in maybe some type of Iranian attack, but we're really not sure. So I'm going to have to say I lean toward the idea of on-site. It's really hard to even say training accidents, really, because the region is too hot right now for it to be a training accident, and I doubt they're training right in the middle of an active war. So I'm actually going to be with the unsure camp. I'm really not sure about this. I'm with the 29%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would also have to be with the unsure camp because the circumstances surrounding their deaths is incredibly heated at the moment. And not only that, there was a lack of information that was published about the passing of one of these soldiers that appears to have still not been corroborated on later. I'll actually get you all the names of these service members who died for all American citizens who may be concerned about it. Sergeant and First Class Emmett Wilfred Goodrich Jr., aged 40, of Roseville, Minnesota, with the 2nd Battalion, 22nd Infantry Regiment, 1st Infantry Brigade Combat Team of the 10th Mountain Division, deployed to Camp Bahrain in Kuwait, died on June 15th. We also were able to hear of Staff Sergeant Saul Fabian Gonzalez, aged 26, of Pullman, Michigan, with D Troop 2nd Squadron, 101st Combat Aviation Brigade of the 101st Airborne Division, deployed to Erbil, Iraq, who also died on June 17th as well. It is interesting to note that these deaths did occur both near to an area where there is a large amount of heat going on at the moment. We do have to remember that around to the area of June 15th to June 14th, the U.S. bases or U.S. forces that were in Erbil actually were under an attack by Iranian drone forces at that time, or at least Iranian proxy drone forces at the moment. It is possible, or at least plausible, that there could have been a death of these soldiers involved in that attack, and it's largely being kept under wraps at this moment. I do have to remind many that sometimes the publication of the death of service members has falsified information attached to it to make sure to not violate operational security protocols of ongoing operations by the United States. It could be possible that these soldiers may have been involved in classified operations within the region, and so their deaths were largely chalked up to non-combat related incidents or training accidents, largely as a cover-up. We have been able to hear of this happening prior in the war in Vietnam, usually when Special Forces service members were either killed in combat. They usually were stated as dying in some form of a training accident, to not disclose the exact reason as to the death of these service members, to not compromise further missions and operations of the U.S. Department of Defense overseas. So while it is believable that these soldiers may have died in non-combat related incidents, there is still a plausible reason that they may have also died in some sort of combat related accidents, or at least combat related injuries that led to them succumbing to their early demise. Nevertheless, I did want to make sure to include their names here on stream, considering that this is the death of 2 service members inside the Middle East at the moment. But I generally want to say that I'm unsure, because I don't really like to speculate about the deaths of service members, as an incredibly unfortunate incident as it is. And once again, the United States Department of Defense is saying that it was non-combat related incidents at the moment. And generally, I do not want to question that, because if there is any sort of operational security reasons involved in that statement, and that is not the case, it's probably best not to implore or explore that option far too much, because the answers may be to the detriment of U.S. security interests abroad. But outside of that, a very unfortunate thing to hear. Nevertheless, we also understand that at least for now, we're actually going to be transiting over into some coverage in Eastern Europe on the Ukraine war. I do have to let everyone know that we have had to annotate our coverage of the Ukraine war today. We do know that many people have been heavily invested and interested in the Ukraine war so far, but there has been a massive amount of developments, quite truly, around the world. There has been a significant amount of developments inside the Middle East, and we have had to completely cut out the East Asian news segment, which we usually would do a cursory glance over every day, because while there is still interesting preparatory actions happening by the People's Republic of China for a potential invasion of the Republic of China here within the next year or and a half, possibly, that news is just too much for us to cover, at least at the moment tonight. But I do want to make sure that we are able to get into our Ukraine war news coverage, and in the meantime, it probably would be prudent for us to speak to all of y'all and answer a couple of questions that we've been able to get from the chat. At least a couple for now, before we move into that news segment. And so with that, what do we got, Matthew?
All right, so jumping into our first super chat of the night, this one's going to go to Glock, who's there, LSA, who throws in a massive $100 support. And thank you very much, Mr. Glock, for that support once again, and helping to keep the channel running with one of the largest super chats of the night. And he said, hello, brothers, and how is Israel going to ensure that Iran just doesn't rebuild and start again to build nukes and the regime change set up by Israel and LSA?
And you're actually almost on the money, Glock, who's there. There's really no way to stop the developments of weapons of mass destruction by the Iranians, unless if you were to have some form of regime change where a new government would never even look into the pursuance of a creation of a nuclear weapon. That's actually what happened in Iraq, and a lot of people don't really know the full sequence of events that happened leading up to the U.S. invasion of Iraq in 2003, because most people don't really look into it that much. But in 1995, it actually was the case that the Israelis conducted an armed operation similar to the one that they're conducting in Iran against Iraq, against a nuclear research reactor that was built and operated by Saddam Hussein not that long after the end of the Gulf War in 1991. It was generally the belief at the time by the Saddam Hussein government, or the Ba'athist government as it's generally called inside of Iraq, that the production of a nuclear weapon would largely ensure the security of the state of Iraq from future U.S. attacks or intervention in the region against Iraq's interest. Considering that the military had also been pretty much destroyed in the course of the Gulf War entirely, and a large amount of their equipment was lost due to U.S. airstrikes, it also was seen that this would be generally protection for Iraq, even with their armed forces being weakened. Much like in the present day, the Israelis decided back then that the moment to strike was then, and they could not wait any later, and they ended up conducting a successful airstrike against the research reactor and knocking it out entirely inside of Iraq. This also added a lot of credence back in 2003, at least within internal government discussions here in the United States, largely led by the Bush administration, that the Islamic Republic of Iran was once again enriching yellow cake uranium to a weapons grade to be able to research and develop nuclear weapons, considering that there was clear and confirmable evidence in 1995 that they had been doing that very same thing just years before. And that's what led up or precipitated the invasion of the United States in Iraq in 2003. Although it appears that Iraq's abilities, or largely funds to produce a nuclear weapon, had been completely dried up and then destroyed by the time the 1995 attack had been conducted and ended by the Israelis. So with that in mind, it is quite clear that if a government is not removed entirely, there is still a significant threat or concern that they will continue to restart their nuclear weapons and development programs and then push forward to create a nuclear weapon anyways. So with that in mind, I would say that the Israelis may be attempting to stabilize the situation internally by assassinating and eliminating a large amount of top Iranian officials to be able to create a sufficient amount of power vacuums, at least inside the government, that may create internal dissent in the government or possible uprisings of lower government officials, or may even create a popular uprising through the country itself with the sensed or believed weakness of the Iranian government that may be seized upon by some opportunistic military officials in the Iranian government who may be looking to try and rise to power on a differing, or at least a completely different change of government inside of the country. So it is entirely possible that the Israelis, while also attacking and destroying the nuclear facilities and the top leadership to pretty much throw the Iranians off, may also be doing that to create the sufficient power vacuum necessary to see an organic revolution in Iran that may overthrow the Islamic Republic's government without really a large deal of external involvement, at least in the dirty work of overthrowing the Ayatollah as well as the rest of his government. So I hope that does address it the best I can. A very good question, by the way, Glock who's there. And I got to thank you for the massive amount of support and the incredible question, because that actually was a great one, and I hope that my answer was also as great as the question was. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we would have never been able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep covering the news right now. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our second super chat goes to Patrol, who throws in a $100 donation as well. And thank you very much, Patrol, as well for that support. And we do appreciate that very much. The second largest super chat of the night. And he said, what about Iran's rail system?
The Islamic Republic of Iran's railway system, which is a nationalized railway system, is actually incredibly small for their national size. Consisting of only 8,400 miles of track, this system is largely considered to be supplementary to road-based traffic inside Tehran, or the larger area of the Islamic Republic of Iran, for railway-related or largely logistical purposes. Unlike other countries like the Russian Federation, the state of Ukraine, and even the United States of America that see that militarily and economically the railways are a major backbone of their logistical structure, most countries in the Middle East actually have a very small or completely deficient presence of railways that are able to do a lot of the heavy lifting industrially inside of their country. Most countries like Saudi Arabia, or any sort of an oil monolithic economy like the Iranians as well, or a petroleum monolithic economy, actually see that the great deal of their material or raw materials transport is done by pipelines, considering that the greater deal of their logistical infrastructure is built around the petroleum industry solely. So for that reason, we never saw a large expansion of the Iranian state railways throughout any of their history, and even still, they largely play a supplementary role in the current conflict in support of the road-based traffic and operations that are conducted at large through the Iranian economy and military. So with that, I hope that does address that question incredibly well, but at least in this specific news coverage of the ongoing situation with Iran, unlike the Russian Federation, where railways actually do play a large part in their logistical structure, the railways in Iran actually take a second seat or a complete back seat to every other logistical form except for airways, which make up almost none of the logistical infrastructure of Iran in their current continuance of their combat operations. So with that, I thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make it possible, and I wouldn't be able to speak very briefly about the internal logistical situation inside of Iran. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the final question of this section, and then we're going to be moving on into the coverage of the Ukraine war in Eastern Europe.
All right, so the last one in the segment goes to Uncle David, other nephew, puts in a $50 donation, and thank you very much, good sir, as well for that support, and we appreciate that very much. And he said, I've been freeloading for a while now, and please take one from the chat in LSA.
Oh, you haven't been freeloading. That's perfectly fine to be around here and just enjoying the channel. But I do thank you massively for the support, and I gotta say, a huge thanks to you so much once again for enjoying the channel for such a long time, and also supporting it today, because folks like you help us to keep this thing rolling, and we will make sure to get a live chat in your honor. And so what do we got, Matthew, in honor of Uncle David, other nephew?
All right, so the live chat question goes to Peace with War, who said, is there any way that Iran can get nuclear material out of the country and to the terrorist organizations? Is that a real threat?
It is somewhat of a threat, at least in Lebanon, but not in the Gaza Strip. But the other issue is that how do they get it into Israel, because you can give yellow cake, well, not yellow cake uranium, you could give some sort of uranium to create a dirty bomb to either the Yemeni Houthis or Hezbollah, but the ability for them to actually get that weapon into Israeli territory and actually detonate that dirty bomb, or to really detonate a dirty bomb inside of the United States as well, is going to be incredibly difficult. The main egress for that sort of a dirty weapon into the United States would be through your international standardized container, the ISO style container that is carried on board cargo ships. But the issue is that since 2001, after the 9/11 attacks, and also since the 9/11 basement bombings that also occurred just a few years before that, the United States has actually brought forward specific kinds of scanners for containers inside of the main ports that are able to scan for radioactive trace elements, meaning that it would be pretty much impossible for them to get a dirty bomb into the United States, because we generally would be able to catch that if it was coming in an ISO standardized container through any port of access at a major port like New York City, ports like Charleston, South Carolina, Long Beach, or Seattle, Tacoma. We also understand that getting that into Israel would be pressingly difficult as well, because the Israelis also have similar scanners for that very reason at their main ports of egress at Ashdod and Haifa as well, meaning that it'd be really difficult to get any kind of enriched uranium into the country to be able to produce and detonate a dirty bomb. Getting it into Lebanon would also not do any good, because Hezbollah does not possess the ability to create a rocket large enough or evasive enough to actually be able to fire off a large enough dirty bomb, or to get it through Israeli air defense where it can actually do some damage. The only country that would pose any kind of a chance of getting one through would be the Yemeni Houthis, considering that they already have ballistic missiles. But the issue is that no Houthi ballistic missiles so far have ever made it through Israeli air defense, and are usually intercepted over the Red Sea, the Gulf of Aqaba, or within the area of the Dimona Desert in southern Israel, meaning that even the radioactive elements that would be spread through the skies from those interceptions would still have no major impacts on any significant population centers or the ecological systems of the Dimona Desert, considering that it's generally a desolate desert with hardly any wildlife living inside of it. So, with that in mind, the Iranians would be very hard-pressed to find a way to get a dirty bomb into Israel or the United States or detonate it. We still have to be vigilant, however, because vigilance, or the lack of vigilance, is our main enemy in this scenario. But at the same time, at least at the given moment, there is really no way for them to do that easily or successfully at this point. So a big thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make it possible, and we wouldn't be able to answer incredibly good questions. Everyone's got great questions tonight on the Middle East, and I got to thank you all incredibly for that. Also, by the way, a lot of people have been talking about the United States evacuating all Navy ships from the port of Bahrain, something that we talked about a little while ago. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right. So we did see all the U.S. Navy ships pretty much flee from Bahrain, the ports there in that country. And right now we're seeing that the Navy ships of the U.S. evacuated, and also apparently their own domestic Navy ships in Bahrain also left as well. So is this prep for U.S. involvement in Iran? So 54% said yes, it is a real prep for the Iran war, while 21% said no, the ships are simply getting to safety, and 16% said it seems like a mix of both. And from what I could tell, the reason why they left the port so quickly and they all left all at once was because that would be a very easy target for the Iranians to hit in the event that the U.S. entered the war. And they're trying to get those ships to safety, but that is also a preparation for war, because they can't let those ships be sitting ducks if we decide to attack Iran. So I believe that is a clear preparation for the imminent, I guess you could say, involvement of the United States against Iran in this war effort. So I'm with the 54%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to be with the 54% as well. I believe it is definitely a prep for the Iran war, because if these U.S. naval assets are not under the threat of an imminent attack, why do they have to be moved? And also, on top of that, if they're not in threat of encirclement, because the only reason that we know at this point that the Iranians would mine the Strait of Hormuz is if the United States gets involved in the conflict, from what at least U.S. intelligence is saying. Why in the world are we scared of them getting logistically encircled? The only logical deduction that we can make of this is that if the Iranians mining the Strait of Hormuz requires the U.S. to be at war with them, these warships are being moved because the U.S. is inevitably going to war with Iran. So once again, on that notion alone, it is showing us that the Iranians will be going to war with the United States, or largely the other way around, here in the very near future, most likely within just days from this time right now. Still, once again, folks, opportunistic timetables, even like the ones we were putting out on this channel, we said it would be hours or days before the U.S. gets involved. It appears that they're still moving assets into the Middle East at the moment, so it's going to still be a good while until we see the U.S. getting involved, but this conflict is not going anywhere anytime soon. It is quite clearly on at the moment, and it's not going to be going off at any given time here in the near future. Outside of that, though, I hope that we addressed all of those questions well, and I hope we also addressed that poll well as well. And also, by the way, folks, a big thanks to everyone for the support tonight, once again, to the channel. I do want to point out, though, that if we have not gotten to your super chat yet, do not worry. We will get to all of them by the end of the night, and we will also answer as many live chats as we can by the time the night's over. If you're new to the channel, which I'm assuming a lot of people still are, because we actually have 24,000 people here live, please make sure to address any live chat questions you have to @EnforcerMatt in the comments section or the live chat on the stream. That allows Matthew to be able to see those questions and gather them. While you may throw a question in, we cannot guarantee that live chat questions will all be answered. We generally try and pick live chats at random, and we aren't able to get to all of them every single night, but if you throw a question in, there is a decent chance that it might actually get answered here on air. And so with that, we are going to be moving on into the remainder of the news that we have that does not deal with the situation in the Middle East, but deals with the situation inside of Ukraine. We have been able to hear, just to give everyone a pretty much week update so far of what we've been able to hear in Ukraine. I'm going to go over some of the bigger stuff, and then we're going to get into what we saw today. The Ukrainian armed forces have been able to stop Russian offensives at Pokrovsk and Toretsk. However, Ukrainian armed forces are getting pushed back in the fields far south of the Battle of Pokrovsk and largely in the battles of the Zaporizhian Plain. It does appear that the Ukrainians have been pushed out of Kurakovy, and Russian armed forces are continuing to advance slowly out of Velika Novosilka, although we are able to get video and picture evidence that the Russians are still taking significant losses conducting this offensive. We have been able to see, on the other hand, that the Ukrainians were able to destroy a motor pool over the course of the day in Pokrovsk, and we also were able to hear that the front lines have largely remained stagnant elsewhere, including a complete halt in the Russian offensive at Sumy, meaning that the Russian offensive in Sumy has largely turned into a nothing burger in significance. However, the Ukrainians have been concerned, as we've been able to hear, that there may be a possible Russian offensive in the north, near to the Kyiv and Chernihiv oblasts, once again by the Russian Federation, as they attempt to open up a wide volume of offensives in multiple different fronts to be able to try and overwhelm Ukrainian defenses. This is starting to cause a great deal of concern amongst the Ukrainians, and at the same time, there has been an endless missile and drone barrage being conducted by the Russians on almost a 24-hour cyclical period. The Russian Federation has also been able to hit the city of Kyiv with a decent amount of ballistic missiles even overnight, and we have been able to confirm that just yesterday, for the first time in the conflict, the Russian Federation has used cluster munitions on populated civilian areas inside the city of Kyiv, which is, without a shadow of a doubt, the literal definition of a war crime by the Geneva Convention. So that is what we have at the moment for the past whole week, just to make sure that we get all of the major details out. And I'll be showing y'all some of the significant clips, videos, and news that we were able to get over the course of the day today. Moving us on up into the present day after our short week-long summary, we were able to hear that the Ukrainians are working on building more defensive fortifications within the northern area of Ukraine. We were able to see Ukrainian shovel battalions at work digging out new trenches and preparing new defensive positions in case of a Russian offensive was to come from the northern region from the Belarusian border.
That's some hard work right there. That is what you call getting your hands dirty on that one.
That is called back-breaking labor right there. All to create small bunkers, dugouts, and trenches for Ukrainian infantry to use in the event of a possible northern offensive. Outside of that clip, we also were able to hear that the Ukrainians were bombed heavily in Kyiv last night. We were able to clearly see that attacks on residential buildings were being conducted en masse. If you thought the attacks on Tel Aviv were significant, or at least the casualties were significant, you should hear about what's going on in Kyiv at this point. The attacks are far larger and are also making their marks because Ukrainian air defenses are starting to get exhausted due to a lack of American interceptors that are being supplied, like the American Patriot missiles, or other systems like the Hawk or any others. But here's the clip.
Сюда, бігом! Іди глянь!
Спускаємося!
Балістика летить!
That's the end of that clip, but we also were able to get additional footage as well, showing another missile hit directly onto the side of an apartment building. Actually, correction, this is a Shahed hit onto the direct side of an apartment building in Kyiv. This is quite clearly a residential building, a high-rise residential building that does not pose any military significance or value, but it appears that a Shahed 136 actually deliberately ran into the building, and we were able to hear of significant casualties as a result of this attack in this video.
Awful. That is just a straight up war crime right on camera. Once again, for the 1 millionth time, I think Russia's done that, these war crimes.
It's incredibly unfortunate. We were able to hear of more dozens of Ukrainians wounded and several scores killed as well in Kyiv over the past week, as these airstrikes have largely been able to make it through due to a lack of air defense interceptors, because the Russians have actually been able to run the Ukrainians largely out of their air defense interceptors, and now the Ukrainians' air defenses around the city are mostly gun-based with sporadic missile fire in between. Outside of that, we have been able to hear that Putin is once again drumming up the calls for peace, which we largely know are incredibly disingenuous, at least based off of the 1,211-day record that we have at this point. Putin stated that he is open to meeting with anyone, including Zelensky. We also heard this statement last time, and then he made it incredibly clear just 2 days later that he was never going to meet with Zelensky, and that was just a joke, according to the spokesperson of the Russian Federation, Dmitry Peskov. Outside of that, however, we have been able to see that the Ukrainian armed forces have been still continuing their combat operations as usual, and pretty much stopping the Russians dead in their tracks in most places, and also causing heavy losses in the Russian offensive advancing through the northern plains of Zaporizhia. We have been able to hear that, at least in our combat footage, there was an incredibly close call that one Ukrainian soldier had with a Russian drone. You actually will not see a close call like this ever again. It was probably the closest call we've ever seen so far. We see the Ukrainians riding along on this dirt bike, and right here, just in a second, a drone is going to pass inches from this guy's head on the right side. It's going to happen so quick, I actually have to let y'all know of it in advance, or you'll miss it. So make sure to pay good attention to the video, and you'll see it, and you'll also hear the explosion after it hits the ground, inches away from hitting. Right there.
Oh my God. What, did it tap the back of his helmet or something?
I couldn't even really tell. It happened so fast, it was hard to actually track what was going on. But here it was again. I just can't even tell, really.
That was so close. It sounded like the propeller might have like snagged the back of his helmet or something. The way that like whirred by like that, that was extremely close.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the Doppler effect in play right there. It was so close, you could actually hear the drone coming, arriving, and then leaving, all in just less than a split second. It's actually a crazy clip, because if this drone had been just a couple of inches over, it would have actually hit him dead in the head with a bomb attached below, and this man in the video would be dead. It's very lucky that this thing missed by literal inches. And here it is again. I mean, just absolutely insane. Now, let me see. Someone actually said, could you slow it down? Unfortunately, Reddit does not have an option to slow down this clip, so I cannot slow it down for all of y'all, but it was an incredibly close call. Luckily, they survived. Of course, he was shaken up, though. Outside of that, we were able to see the casualty report over the past 24 hours alone. There have been significant losses by the Russians over the course of this week, about 1,000 a day, actually, as they've been able to reach 1,007,160 wounded and killed over the course of 1,211 days of war. We have been able to hear that over the course of today, 1,040 Russian soldiers were wounded and killed over the past 24 hours, along with 31 APCs, 137 supply trucks, 7 main battle tanks, 37 artillery systems, 184 drones, 1 MLRS, and 23 cruise missiles that were also shot down. According to Miss Disa, the keeper of our records here on the Russian casualty reports on this channel, 184 drones is the 16th highest daily loss of the war, and there has been a marked increase in tank and APC losses over this prior week, which heavily suggests these losses are coming from the ongoing Zaporizhia offensive, where we are seeing a significant amount of armored losses, at least down on the Zaporizhia front. Outside of that, in the Vovchansk area, we were able to see that the Ukrainians were continuing to contain the Russians north of the city, and were also using their border guard detachments to harass and destroy Russian positions just in the fields north of the town of Vovchansk, which we can see in this clip right here. When you see the Russians wandering around in large groups as Ukrainian cluster strikes and artillery strikes are continuing to hit their positions. And we see them continuing to get hit. And we can see the Russians breaking out into a trench, attempting to seek cover, but the Ukrainians were able to hit that position as well. It appears with a cluster strike from what we're able to see right there. We can also see them continuing to hit Russian positions throughout the tree lines, and that's the end of the clip right there. Outside of that, we also were able to see additional footage further down the line. We were not able to get any video and picture evidence over the course of the day for the areas near to Kupiansk, the Severonsky Forest Front, Seversk, or the Svatove Front at the moment. There were clips for this, and there was active activity in that area, but due to time constraints tonight, and considering that we're wanting to run a normal format stream, we had to curtail a lot of our news coverage, including news coverage on East Asia. Outside of that, we also were able to hear near to the area of the Kurdim, or what is now being called the Konstantinivka Front, which is generally the main axis of this ongoing battlefield near to Toretsk, Chasiv Yar, and Poltavka. We were able to see that the Russian Federation's tank forces in this area were taking decent losses, as one tank did run directly over an anti-tank mine and appeared to have been chalked up as a loss. We can actually see that tank, most likely a T-72B3 or a T-62M, running over an anti-tank mine and immediately being lost as a result.
Also, Enforcer, I'm getting some early reports right now that, once again, take this with a grain of salt, but I'm hearing that Israel might have actually ended up striking Iraq, which is the nuclear facility, the heavy water reactor, but I'm not seeing any real confirmation on it at the moment. But I'm hearing some early reports that it might have been struck. So I'm trying to find more information on it to see if that is true, to corroborate that. But right now, currently awaiting that info.
And we'll most likely be awaiting. Probably the best things to look for, folks, on that one will be a statement by the Israeli Air Force. They'll be very soon to make a statement on that, or the Israeli Defense Forces, or video or picture evidence from the ground that we can geolocate to the IR-40 reactor site. But these are preliminary reports.
I doubt it's going to be footage from the ground, because right now Iran is pretty much having a complete internet shutoff, and Iran is doing that on purpose. That way the citizens can't upload much more footage about anything. So if footage is getting uploaded, they're using like some type of satellite connection to an internet or something like that. But so we're going to see a reduction in overall footage, I think. So it's going to be a minute until we see the footage coming out of that reactor being hit. So I think you're right. I think we're going to wait for the Israeli statement, because I think it's going to be a minute before the Iranians can actually upload anything on their own.
That's true. It probably will be a good minute, so we'll have to wait and see what is actually coming out of the ground here in the future on that. Outside of that, we also were able to see an entire motor pool moving on down to the Pokrovsk area was targeted and apparently caught on fire, at least by a Ukrainian drone earlier into the day, that was piloted by drone operators of the 68th Jaeger Brigade, currently operating in the Pokrovsk theater, or the Pokrovsk campaign. And we can see that in this clip right here. All of these cages are actually not cages. They are Russian APCs and vehicles that were stored inside of this building, and we do believe that most of them are actually operational. I don't know why they were stored so tightly. It appears to be difficult to get any of them out, but this drone was able to hit one of them and start a decent fire inside the building.
And also, by the way, just to clear up some confusion, when I say Iraq, I'm referring to ARAK, which is the heavy water reactor. Iran is obviously different, and also Iraq, it sounds close to it. But Iraq is the nuclear facility inside of Iran, just to clear that up.
Iraq and Iraq are different. That's what we're trying to say. But we'll make sure to clarify that from here on. We'll say the Iraq nuclear facility in Iran, or something along those lines, just to make sure to clear up any confusion. But outside that, we were able to see the vehicle hitting an APC inside the building, and it does appear that the fire may have spread, causing significant damage to the large volume of APCs inside that building. We also were able to see that the Ukrainians were continuing defensive actions on the Pokrovsk front, targeting and destroying Russian logistical abilities and artillery systems spread throughout the area. We were able to see in the opening part of the clip that they targeted and destroyed an ammunition storage site within an undisclosed building, most likely around the Seladove township area. And we can see that ammunition facility actually vaporized the house that it was in that clip. We can also see here a Russian artillery piece, most likely a D-30 howitzer, also being targeted and destroyed by Ukrainian drone bombing. We can now see a Russian, what appears to be an ATV or a motorcycle, it actually is an ATV, being targeted and destroyed along with a rider that was on board. We can now see a Mista B artillery system, due to the length of the barrel, also being targeted and destroyed within one of the tree lines just south, about 10 miles away from the city of Pokrovsk, also destroyed.
Also, by the way, we are getting some more breaking news right now that is coming out of the United States, actually. Right now, we're hearing of another group of U.S. Air Force assets are headed over the Atlantic towards Europe and the Middle East tonight, and it looks like it's 3 C-17s from Dover, Tinker, and MacDill Air Force bases, and also we're seeing 2 KC-46 tankers from Travis Air Force Base as well. And you can see right here on the map, it looks like we are sending yet even more tankers and transports over to the Middle East. So, I would say that with seeing this many deployments, it's kind of hard to say that some type of action is not going to be taking place. Otherwise, why would we be sending this much stuff over? It wouldn't make any sense.
It wouldn't make any sense at all. And also, we're seeing that there's now a large number of C-17s in every flight across the Atlantic, which is heavily suggesting that we are moving equipment, ground equipment, into the Middle East, possibly air defense systems, or maybe even longer-range ground-based artillery systems as well, possibly longer-range missile launchers and such things. We'll have to see on that, but that's still quite interesting to note. And it is also interesting to note that there's a continuous movement of stratotankers and other aerial tankers that continue to make their way into the Middle East right now. So it does appear that this is once again showing us that the U.S. will be taking action soon. It's just that everyone's trying to get their chips in order, or their cards in a row, or largely everything shipshape in Bristol fashion to get the war kicked off. So it'll be happening in a little while, most likely days. But outside of that, we will be getting back into this clip here, showing us the damage that was inflicted by the Ukrainians onto the Russian forces in Pokrovsk. That's the end of that clip right there. And moving on from that and on into our next clips further down and inside of the ongoing Zaporizhia offensive in the Zaporizhia Plains being conducted by the Russians just south of Pokrovsk. We also got to see the 3rd Mechanized Battalion of the Presidential Brigade use Wild Hornets and other drones to strike Russian equipment and personnel within the Zaporizhia front. When you see these strikes, of course, being conducted by the Presidential Brigade of the Ukrainian Armed Forces. We can see them targeting and destroying a Russian vehicle at the opening part of this clip. Unfortunately, we could not identify that vehicle. We can also see another light vehicle being targeted and destroyed by a Ukrainian drone. And we can also see what appears to be a fortified position getting hit multiple times inside of this tree line by FPV drones equipped with RPG-7 warheads. We see them continuing to hit multiple Russian positions. We now see them targeting and destroying several motorcycles, and also a camouflaged artillery position, along with a Russian soldier running down the street. We now see them targeting individual Russians in the tree line and trying to knock out the personnel operating these weapon systems and occupying these trench lines in the area. Outside of that, we also got additional clips within the area showing us a decent amount of armor losses that were also occurring during this offensive. These attacks were conducted by the 65th Ronin Brigade, which is largely operating around the former Velika Novosilka and Volodar front, which is now largely turned into the Plains front now that the front line has moved further north and west. But we can see here in the Plains front that the Ronin unit was able to successfully hit multiple APCs along tree lines as the Russians were continuing to use the armor in their offensives, pushing through these open plains. The Zaporizhia Plains are mostly the most difficult place, at least at the moment, for the Ukrainians to be able to defend. Russian military doctrine, even in the modern day, still heavily specializes in open plain-style warfare, where a large amount of armored vehicles and APCs are able to pretty much steamroll their way through most defensive positions and further through the plains. The Russian forces have a very difficult time, even after 3.5 years of fighting, getting through an urban area. It still appears to be an extreme shortcoming, as urban combat is far more difficult intricate and detailed from a command and operational perspective than that of open plains warfare. This is the reason why we're seeing that the Russians are making slow advances through the Zaporizhzhia plain, but still they are taking significant losses due to heavy Ukrainian drone presence, meaning that while they are making ground, it is at significant armored and material losses, which are losses that the Russian Federation has no ability to replenish at the moment, and these losses are being heavily felt in the long run as the Russian offensive is pretty much exhausting the remaining tanks and APCs that the Russian army has left available to them. When you see the drones coming in and still continuing to hit, and I'd have to say quite successfully. We are seeing a decent amount of what appears to be BMPs and even some MTLBs also being hit and destroyed in this clip.
Also, by the way, I see people asking about an update about the nuclear plant in Iraq inside of Iran. And right now, I don't have any more footage or any footage at all actually to show of that strike. We are still hearing some early reports that it has been struck, but we simply don't have a legit update yet. So we'll have to hold off on that. But I do have an update on a different front, though. We are hearing that the IDF just stated that they eliminated Hezbollah's artillery commander in the Litani sector in southern Lebanon, and that occurred 5 minutes ago. So Hezbollah's artillery commander is no longer as of this moment.
Interesting. That's good to hear. And it also appears that's now showing that the Israelis are also conducting airstrikes against Hezbollah's forces at the moment, most likely in preemptive action in case Hezbollah was to join in on the attacks that Iran is conducting, attempting to overrun the Iron Dome defense system, while the David Sling and Arrow interceptors are trying to shoot down the larger, heavy caliber Iranian missiles that are flying in. We can also see here a Russian BTR-80 being targeted and destroyed by a Ukrainian drone strike. We can see here in this clip, the vehicle is clearly smoking and on fire at that point, denoting a complete destruction of the vehicle's machinery space. We now see another Ukrainian drone moving forward to attack a Russian vehicle in the open field. We cannot tell what vehicle this is exactly. It does appear to be equipped with a cope cage, but the clip ended before the impact could be seen. Outside of that, though, and moving on over into the area of the Dnipro River front, we also were able to see the Ukrainian 40th Brigade taking out Russian positions on the left bank of the Dnipro River today. The Dnipro front is largely static. Neither side is able to conduct any advances or movements at this moment in this front due to the significant obstacle of the Dnipro River, pretty much splitting the front lines in two, but it does appear that the Ukrainians are still attempting to inflict casualties on the Russian forces in this inactive front, largely to continue to attrit and destroy any Russian supplies or personnel that could be relocated to other active fronts throughout the conflict. And also someone said, aren't the clips ending because the drones are being shot down? No, the drones are actually just losing connection, but usually they are able to make clean hits. Believe me, we've been watching this for 3.5 years. If they were not making clean hits, I would tell you. But they were making pretty clean hits. Outside of that, that's the end of the clip right there. It's still showing the destruction of a significant amount of Russian positions along the left bank of the Dnieper River. Outside of that, we also were able to see more Russian ballistic missile launches being conducted hours ago from the port of Novorossiysk. I don't know what was going on at the beginning of that clip. Sounds like someone may have been ill, but nevertheless, we were able to see the launch of missiles from the area of Novorossiysk, largely by the Russians, the Russian Navy's remaining surface fleet that still exists within the area of the Black Sea.
Yeah, whatever's left of it at this point, pretty much, because I had heard that they were pretty much run out, at least pretty much of the Black Sea for the most part.
Yeah, pretty much only half of the service combatant fleet is left at this point. The flagship, the Moskva, was destroyed very early on in the war, along with a large part of the Rapucha-class landing ships and other larger destroyers and frigates of the Black Sea Fleet, meaning that there is only a small amount of destroyers and some, I believe, coastal protection vessels that are left at this point in the Black Sea Fleet, along with 5-kilo-class submarines. An incredibly small fleet from their original wartime size. Outside of that, that, though, we are going to be moving on up to Kyiv to cover the speech from President Volodymyr Zelensky that was made the most recently, which appears to be the 15th of June. I was not able to find any more recent speeches, and considering that we haven't heard any speeches from Zelensky, and this speech is also used largely as our halftime show to be able to allow for Enforcer Matt and me to be able to get a drink of water and to also get ready for the remainder of this show. We will be showing this most recent speech to all of y'all here on this on the stream tonight. So without further ado, here is the speech. Peach!
Speech.
Дорогі українці, українки, сьогодні наші рятувальники боролись з наслідками російського удару по Полтавщині, по Кременчуку. Це був комбінований удар, абсолютно підло продуманий саме проти нашої цивільної інфраструктури, енергетичної інфраструктури. Росіяни застосували в цьому ударі різні типи ракет, крилаті, балістичні, аеробалістичні. Також були і дрони, іранські дрони, шахеди, щоб ускладнити захист для нашої ППО. Значну частину ракет і дронів вдалося збити. Люди не постраждали, але, на жаль, є ушкодження енергетичної інфраструктури. І це російський плювок в усе, що намагається зробити міжнародна спільнота, щоб зупинити цю війну. І якраз після розмови Путіна з Трампом, після того, як американці просили нас не бити по російських енергетичних об'єктах, і тоді, коли сам Путін намагається зобразити з себе посередника для Близького Сходу та намагається хоч якось допомогти своїм спільникам в Тегерані. Це все настільки цинічно. Щоночі російські удари. Кожен день ми втрачаємо життя наших людей. Всюди. На Херсонщині, Харківщині, Донеччині, Сумщині. Через російські обстріли, через цю війну, яка давно вже могла б закінчитись, якби світ реагував на Росію принципово та не купувався б на російські маніпуляції та брехню. Сьогодні я провів нараду з нашими військовими, з нашими урядовцями щодо наслідків удару по енергетиці України і необхідних кроків для гарантування нашої стійкості. Визначили конкретні завдання міністру енергетики, Міністерству оборони, військовим та Службі безпеки України. Дякую і усім тим у світі, хто просуває зараз необхідні санкції проти Росії. Санкції проти російської нафти та достатній прайскеп на нафту. Такий прайскеп, щоб для російського бюджету було боляче. Без цього Путін так і надалі ігноруватиме все, що робить світ заради миру. Йому особисто мир не потрібен, він сам по собі війна. І лише реальний дефіцит грошей може переконати Росію бути безпечніше для сусідів. Ще кілька речей. Міністерство закордонних справ України з'ясовує дані про наших громадян на території Ізраїлю, на території Ірану. Я чекаю на доповідь. На жаль, є загиблі серед українців в Ізраїлі. За попередніми даними, 5 громадян України, із них 3 дітей. Є і інші цивільні жертви. Мої співчуття усім рідним та близьким. Сподіваємось, що загроза минеться якнайшвидше. І хочу відзначити наших працівників ДСНС України, саме тих, які відзначились в ліквідації наслідків російських ударів по енергетиці. ДСНС України на Полтавщині. Це Денис Мандриченко, Олександр Журавель, Сергій Брославський, Андрій Буняєв, Дмитро Басенков, Руслан Анапрієнко, Вадим Бодик, Сергій Меметов, Володимир Сподарець, Олександр Гельман, Іван Перепадченко, Віталій Неборак, Сергій Брославський, Роман Лістровий, Дякую вам, хлопці, і також працівники ДСНС України у Черкаській області, які допомагали на Полтавщині. Олександр Бабічев, Вадим Литвин. Дякую всім, хто працює заради України, хто працює заради українців. Дякую кожному, хто захищає нашу державу. Слава Україні!
And
Heroam Slava.
And with that, that is the end of the speech from President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine here on day 1211 of our War News stream. And that's actually going to be moving us on into the second segment of the stream where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. And of course, this is an incredibly interesting segment because at this point, folks, just to let you all know, we are going to be covering any breaking news developments and information that we were able to get as we are live on air. But for the general part, we have been able to cover all 24 hours of news that we've been able to compile over the course of the day. I have to thank everyone so much once again for watching so far. I hope that many of y'all do stick around for the remainder of our stream. And I also have to say that tonight has been once again another wildly successful night, with about 30,000 people here live at the peak and about 260,000 people having watched the stream so far. If you have enjoyed this stream, please make sure to subscribe. We would absolutely love to see all of y'all join us here in the Enforcer channel and in our amazing community called the Lee Spring Army. Right now, we are actually just a very short ways away from 417,000 subscribers, and if you subscribe right now, you might end up being the 417,000 subscriber. It is highly likely that you may actually be. And so, with that, I hope that you all have enjoyed our stream so far. I hope you'll continue to enjoy it as we're going to be moving on into the second segment. And so, with that, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so moving into our final segment of the stream, we do have some breaking news happening right this very second, and I mentioned it a moment ago during our last video that we watched. Right now, we are hearing that the Hezbollah commander has been killed in an Israeli drone strike. This is the Hezbollah artillery commander in the Litani sector, and he was killed in a strike on Barish in southern Lebanon, and his name was Hassan Abdu Malin Izd al-Din. And I'm butchering the hell out of that, but you have an idea who he is. It's Yassin. He was taken out. So al-Din was responsible for multiple attacks on northern Israel, and also he had efforts to rebuild Hezbollah's artillery capabilities, violating the Israel and Lebanon agreements. And the IDF emphasized its continued operations to counter Hezbollah's military activities amid the broader conflict with Iran. So Hezbollah so far has not been involved in this situation between Iran and Israel, but I imagine after this, they will probably be jumping in and getting involved. So that is going to be a double-edged sword for Israel, because now they're going to have to defend against attacks from Hezbollah from Lebanon. So that is going to be another aspect of the conflict that is going to be added after this attack has concluded, which now it has officially concluded as of this moment. But Enforcer, what say you?
And it does appear that the Israeli airstrikes are now knocking out other significant commanders of the armed forces of Hezbollah, which are once again funded and operated by the Islamic Republic of Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps, or the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of Iran. It does appear that the Israelis are attempting to knock them out, at least for now, preemptively, so that way they will not be able to conduct any airstrikes or operations in support of Iran here in the near future. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And of course, I see some people were catching on to what I did there. I got to explain this really quickly. I put Lisan al-Gaib killed. All of y'all know it's from Dune. I don't know how to spell the guy's name. The guy's name is too damn long, and it has too many apostrophes in it and dashes. And so I just decided to go with Lisan al-Gaib, and then let you just click on the link and see who it is, because his name is a little bit too difficult to type, but it gets the point across. Anyways, with that, we are going to be making sure to move on with the rest of our coverage for the night, getting to talk with all of y'all, getting to answer questions. We have a lot of questions already lined up at the moment, and I just want to make sure to explain that really quickly, so that way people weren't thinking that the movie Dune was something that was happening in real life in Lebanon. It's just that I didn't want to type the guy's full name, so I went with that instead. Anyways, with that, I hope that kind of clears that up a little. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, so it's now time to jump into our Super Chat questions while we still scan for more breaking news at this very moment. So jumping back into our Super Chats, this one goes to Holy Smokes 07, who puts in a $50 donation. And thank you very much, Holy Smokes, for that support. And he said, I didn't know a C-130 that Israel has can actually carry and launch a MOP if necessary. And I knew Moab, but not the MOP. So what are your thoughts about that?
From what I've been able to hear, the MOP is carried by larger strategic bombers. I haven't seen any proof so far, and let me go pull up the GPU-57 again, that it can be dropped out of the back of a C-130. I haven't seen that yet, and let me go see Let me go see if I can find any proof of it being dropped from a C-130. It actually appears that the answer is dubious. It doesn't actually appear that there's a clear answer to that. So far, the GBU-57 has only been dropped by the B-2 and the B-52. So it doesn't appear that we've ever seen an actual test to verify any C-130 could carry or drop a MOP. So at least at the moment, none of Israel's C-130s are MOP verified or MOP certified to be able to drop a MOP. So that appears to be what we have going on at the moment. So with that in mind, I would generally have to say that they do not have the abilities to drop a MOP, because to do such a thing, you usually have to be able to certify that an aircraft can carry it and successfully drop it, which requires a decent amount of testing. I do have to remind you all that the F-35, ever since its inception, has been able to carry the GBU-61, which is a nuclear bomb. It's literally just a tactical nuclear bomb that you can drop off of the F-35. It can be carried inside the internal bomb base, but the thing is that the F-35 had never been certified to carry the thing, and it was just certified last year to be able to carry one. So you can see that the certification process to carry a special ordnance, well, actually, I think it's the M61. Let me check that. No, I think it is actually the GBU-61. Where in the hell is it? Hold up. What in the world is it called? The U.S. gravity bomb. Well, we should be able to find it here. It should give me the name. The B-61. I got the letter designation wrong. It's the B-61-13 nuclear bomb. It took a while for the F-35 to actually get certified to carry one. So I think it would take a while still for the C-130 to be certified to carry one. Doesn't mean that Israel couldn't do it in a pinch. They could just load it on and pray for the best. But at the same time, no one really wants to do that with incredibly expensive and rare weaponry, like a GBU-57, which are incredibly expensive to manufacture, produce, and also to move around even. So I generally would say it would still take the United States to get involved and drop one on that facility. Most likely with the B-2 Spirit, it'd pretty much be impossible for the Iranians to even shoot down a B-2 Spirit. So I think that generally would be the case at this moment, is that the U.S. has to get involved, and it has to be the one that dropped the MOP if they want to destroy the facility with a conventional bomb like the MOP. So with that, I hope that has addressed it the best I can. A big thanks to you for a great question and the support, by the way, and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and we do have some breaking news right this very second coming out of Israel right now. We're hearing of a hostile aircraft intrusion, most likely a drone incursion inside of Israel right now. We're currently seeing 9 alerts in total, and it appears to be in the Lower Galilee area and also in Ha-Makim, if I'm saying that properly. So 2 different areas here that we're seeing right now in the Lower Galilee area of Israel that does have an active drone alert at this very minute. Also, by the way, we have gotten our first image allegedly showing the area in which the Iraq heavy water reactor is located, and also it appears to be a very large plume of smoke rising from allegedly, and once again I must emphasize allegedly, from the area of the Iraq heavy water facility. So let's see if we can try to geolocate this and find it, and also take a look at that image a little bit closer and see if we can see exactly what is going on in that vicinity.
I lost the IR-40 reactor. Give me a minute, folks, to make sure I can find this thing. Where in the world? I zoomed in on this earlier, folks. Y'all saw it on air. So there is a rock. It's up here somewhere. Yeah, there it is. So now let's try and find. Okay, so we have 2 peaks. We have twin peaks, folks. I'm not even saying that as a joke. That's actually twin peaks right there. So let's see if that lines up. Well, there's a peak right there and a peak over there. Those are a little bit far away, though. Is there a larger hill in the background somewhere over here? There is a summit over there, so it could be that mountain. And it looks like this is being viewed from Condap. And it also appears that these buildings might actually be lining up a little bit. Are there any trees? There are trees in the city. It's possible that this picture was taken from Condab looking towards that facility, because we can see a larger mountain in the background over here, which would line up with this mountain, and we can also see some sort of a peak over here, and this large cloud of white smoke may be obscuring that twin peak that is right here, right behind the IR-40 facility. So it is entirely possible that actually could be a picture. Let me see if there are any pictures of Central Condab looking out in that direction from a higher up view. That actually looks like a picture of an underpass. This is an Iranian homeless person POV right here. This doesn't really help us out too much. Let's see if we can see the other view. Let me zoom in a little bit closer to see if we can see the other view. Because these are the only two pictures we have to work with here. Let's see here. Let me make sure to orient ourselves. We are wanting to face towards. Let me make sure here.
That building you're looking at right there. Zoom in over there. Turn around and zoom in over here. Turn to the left a little bit. That building looks oddly familiar. This one right here in the middle that we're sort of looking at somewhat.
That mountain does look quite similar to some extent, but I think it's actually one that's further down that we can't see in view right there. I'm going to say, folks, that actually may be a picture of the facility. It's lining up close enough. There is some limited trees inside of the city, which we can see here. It's quite clearly in an arid area, which does appear to line up. So it looks to me this could be it. Let me go look at this, though. Let me go click on the name Condab, because I'm sure there are pictures on Google. And let's see if we can see anything that would show the mountains around. That doesn't really... That's very grainy. I'm a very big stickler, folks, for making sure we can find something that is close. What the hell? I don't even... Anyways.
Oh, they're inflating grapes.
I think... Or they're deflating them. I can't tell. But, let's see. A lot of pictures of flowers. It's a little bit tough to... Wait a minute. No. No, that's not it. Let's see here. Oh, dang it. Someone's got to have taken a picture of the facility from the city, right? Like, someone would have had to have done that at some point because it's a significant point of interest. Seeing a lot of beekeeping, botany, botanists. There's a lot of botanists in the city.
So I got you a little bit of a geolocation here, courtesy of OSINT Technical, who reposted a tweet from someone else showing here what appears to be maybe the location on the map and showing the geography of the area. I just reposted it at the top if you refresh the page there.
Gotcha. And let's take a look at that. Oh, that does line up. Let's see what the coordinates. Okay, so let me switch this to where we can see the river in the area. So there isn't a river on our map here, but they were showing a river in the pictures of the town of Condab, and I guess this river fills up at certain times of the year. Maybe it's filled up at this point in the year because it has a dry riverbed through this area. So it's possible that that's the river. And let's make sure, because there's a bend right here, a significant one, and that does show up on that map. And there seems to be a little lake. That also lines up as well. Or at least the general area ought to line up. Is it right next to the facility? It's right next to the facility. Is that mountain down there? That mountain's down there. Yep, folks, this is actually lining up. This is a confirmed picture of the Iraq nuclear facility right here, apparently after the airstrike. So I'm going to put down this picture here, and then the picture along with the geolocation so that way we can confirm that. But it does appear that the Iraq IR-40 reactor has taken a direct hit just south of Condab, and it appears that the reactor dome itself may have actually been hit. So we are able to confirm that on air, that a research nuclear reactor, has actually been hit at this moment inside of Iran. So let me put that down really quickly on our map. Iraq IR-40 reactor hit. So it actually appears that I was quite close trying to eyeball this here on stream, because we were looking at Condab, and it does appear that this POV is from the Condab area. It's just that we were still trying to make sure to doubly verify and triple verify that it was from Condab. But it is the IR-40 reactor that has been hit at the moment in an Israeli airstrike. Might be smart for these people to leave Condab, actually, considering that there is now an exposed reactor right outside of their city. So probably best for them to leave. But let's see, Condab geolocation, and we'll put that right there, so that way we can make sure that folks who click on our map, link in the description below, y'all can actually see where that geolocation is from. So we are able to confirm that the facility was hit and just destroyed. So it appears that another research reactor has taken a direct hit and has been completely blown away. So with that, It's great to see that. I'm glad that we were able to do our due diligence, making sure to geolocate that and properly verify its location, but it all lines up. The location of the mountains surrounding the facility, the town of Kondab only being a couple of miles to the northeast, or northwest for the large part, or really direct due north, and the picture does line up exactly. What one hell of a thing right there. That's actually, I believe, the first research reactor we have clear confirmed proof of getting hit. We do know that there's a research reactor in Isfahan. We've heard that it's been targeted, but we never got picture or video evidence of it being hit and destroyed. And we also know that there's a research reactor somewhere in the general Tehran area, generally around Parchin. We did hear that that facility was hit yesterday in an airstrike, but we haven't gotten any picture or video evidence of the destruction of the reactor dome or any of the research reactor facilities in that compound. So this is actually the first one we've ever gotten. So this is the first technically operational nuclear reactor in all of Iran that has been hit and destroyed at this point.
You know, what's wild, though, is there had been people in the chat saying that they were supposed to fill this reactor with concrete to render it unusable, and that was supposed to be the case. That was supposed to be done back in like 2015 at some point. But what happened was, apparently the pictures showing the pouring of concrete into the reactor's pit were photoshopped, at least according to the reports we've heard recently. So it was active, apparently, even though it was supposed to be deactivated. This one was allegedly active, according to the Israeli intelligence. So, yeah, now that they've hit it, it looks like they've hit the first active one that we've seen so far.
Yeah, it looks like this is the first active one. I also do want to clarify that for folks. The Iraq heavy water reactor facility is, in fact, an operational facility. It has never been closed. It's still open now, and everything that we've seen about it being closed is entirely disinformation. This facility is vitally crucial to the development of nuclear weapons in Iran, as this is a research reactor. There's a very big difference in between a power-producing nuclear reactor and a research reactor. A power-producing reactor uses refined nuclear fuel, usually uranium-235, in fuel rods that are refined to about a 60% grade to be able to produce some sort of fuel. Those reactors are able to run with their coolant being regular water. A research reactor, on the other hand, does not use refined nuclear fuel. It actually uses raw uranium ore. No enrichment needed. You just throw the uranium ore in clumps, and then you use something called heavy water to regulate the reaction. This reaction doesn't produce a large amount of energy, but what it does do is that it produces a limited amount of steam, which can be used to generate some form of electricity, but most importantly, it creates a significant byproduct of plutonium. And plutonium can also be used pretty easily after this reaction ends to create nuclear weaponry. So that's really the kind of purpose that these research reactors fill, and that's also why we generally understand that Israel also has nuclear weapons, because if you go down here to the Negev Nuclear Research Center, you'll see that they also have a research reactor as well here at Dimona, and that research reactor produces plutonium, which can also be used in the production of nuclear weaponry, and there really isn't any other purpose for these research reactors than producing some kind of plutonium to be able to use in nuclear weaponry. So that lines up exactly with what we know about the Israeli nuclear weapons program, and that's also the same kind of importance that research reactor fills in the Iranian nuclear weapons program. Just to make that clear to everyone, in case if y'all were a little curious about what significance these research reactors actually have, considering that they don't create any significant amount of electricity. But with that,
Oh, also, by the way, we've got more breaking news right this very second. So apparently, the attack on the Iraq nuclear reactor, which is inside of Iran, we are now hearing that the Iranians have now launched a massive Iranian ballistic missile volley at Israel right now, and it appears to be the targets are Jerusalem, also apparently as well, and many other areas. I'm trying to get those areas right
Tel
now
Aviv
as I'm
and
talking.
Netanya.
Yes, that appears to be it right now. So there are massive ballistic missile attacks underway right this very second. There's red alerts going off across Israel right now, and it looks like Iran is attacking yet again as we speak.
And we are able to see here, folks, that the air raid alerts extend into the Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, and Netanya areas. And we can also see that this actually extends southwards all the way down to the city of Ashdod as well, which is right here. You can actually see the municipal area of Ashdod right there as its own 3 independent segments of an air defense alert. So it does appear that this incoming attack is now attacking this area, but it actually appears that it's now been extended, at least according to Doge, to the entirety of the state of Israel. We can see areas as far north as Haifa, and even the areas of Bet Shimona, which is directly along the Israeli-Lebanese border, and even the area of Beersheba and the town of Dimona itself, which are also apparently now under incoming air alerts. So it does appear that we are watching a developing Iranian ballistic missile attack live on air. We're not incredibly sure the volley or the size, but it is incredibly clear that there is an ongoing attack being launched by the Islamic Republic of Iran at the very same moment that we were able to get confirmation that the Israelis did attack and destroy the Iranian IR-40 research reactor at Arak inside of Iran. Just to make it clear that that's not Iraq, that is a city called Arak inside of Iran, which is right here.
Also, by the way, Wantan Quadruple 8 said in the live chat, this is the first daytime missile attack by Iran. This is a very unusual incident right here because usually they do attack at night. Now, Iran has attacked during the day with ballistics before, but generally it's considered more rare because they prefer to attack at night when they perceive themselves to have a strategic advantage. So this is a bit unusual. I would imagine this is directly connected with the attack on the Arak heavy water facility. That's probably why they launched it right now because, of course, the Arak was very important to Iran, and that probably just angered them tremendously that was hit. And we've also gotten official confirmation from Israeli Army radio that they did strike the Arak reactor inside of Iran a short while ago. And apparently, we are waiting for a definite damage report right now on that strike, but it was struck according to the Israeli Army radio. So I would imagine that's why we're seeing this sudden attack, is because this is Iran lashing back out over that very big hit.
And it does appear that the Iranians are responding after the hit. It appears that this hit may have happened sometime when we were live. Not immediately right now. I want to make that a little clear. This happened a little while ago. The evacuation order, when was the evacuation order issued, Matthew? It was issued right when we went live, wasn't it?
I think it was about an hour and 30 minutes ago.
It appears that it was issued at 8:34 local time here. So that would be about 2.5 hours ago. So probably about 30 minutes after this evacuation order went out on social media, it ended up getting hit. So that means that would place that about 2 hours ago. And let me go get a time calculator here. What time zone is Iran in? Time zone map. So it appears that Iran's actually split in a couple of time zones, but let me let's see, Iran time. Let me just put that in. So it's 7:40 a.m.
Also, unfortunately, while you're looking at the time right there, it looks like we're getting some more information here about the targets inside of Israel. It looks like the Negev Desert, which is where one of Israel's very important nuclear sites is located, appears to be also in the crosshairs of these ballistic missiles on the way right now. So that could indicate that Iran is trying to attack Israel's nuclear sites in retaliation for the Iraq site getting hit just a moment ago, because that appears to be southern Negev, western Negev, and central Negev all being targeted at once.
Interesting. It does appear that this is a significant missile attack, may actually be large in numbers, so we'll be waiting to see those incoming missiles at the moment. But really quickly, Matthew, is there something where we can track, let's see, sunrise in Iraq, Iran today? That would have been 5 a.m. their time. I wish we had some sort of a sunrise map to see what it would look like, because we could actually line up the light of day with this picture here to get an idea of what exact time this strike happened, or at least a rough approximate. Don't really think we will be able to, but considering that sunrise happens at 5, this looks like it happened around 5:30 to 5:45 their time, so it's highly likely that this actually happened just about 30 or 40 minutes into our stream. Maybe, or even earlier than that. So this actually happened a while ago. We're just finally getting proof and evidence of it. But we are hearing of sirens going off in Tel Aviv at this very moment as the incoming missile attacks are starting to make their way into the country. So it does appear that there was very little reaction time at this point by the Israelis, and we are possibly going to be hearing of air defense fire following soon after the air raid sirens are now sounding. So we are waiting for more additional information and news to come out at this moment. But if you're joining us on air right now, we are currently hearing that the Israelis were we're able to confirm that the Arak IR-40 reactor in Arak, Iran, spelled A-R-A-K, Iran, has been destroyed by an Israeli airstrike. It appears the airstrikes were able to hit directly on the dome of the research reactor itself, knocking it out. We are able to see a significant explosion that appears to mainly be steam, showing that the reactor roof has most likely exploded just recently from that airstrike, at least in the pictures. We are also hearing that the Iranians have fired ballistic missiles once again in the state of Israel, and it appears that the entirety of the country is now under a significant air alert at this moment, including every populated area within the country. We are waiting at this moment for incoming missiles. We are hearing that the air raid sirens are already sounding over most major cities, and Israeli air defense is now preparing and most likely firing to be able to intercept and shoot down a large amount of the incoming missiles right now at this moment. So we are still waiting for more additional news and information on that. We're going to be pausing our question segment here for a good bit as we wait for this missile attack to come into Israeli airspace and either get shot down or hit its targets. And so we are still waiting at this moment. Matthew, do we have anything going on any live feeds or cameras that you're able to have access to?
So right now, it does not look like the missiles have made it over toward Israeli airspace just yet. Of course, they are on the way, and we should be expecting them here in just moments, actually. They'll be arriving. But right now, I don't see anything on the live cameras. And I also don't have any more news right this second showing the missiles coming in or also the missiles being launched either. But also, a side piece of news real quick. I know this is kind of unrelated to what we're covering right now, but something wild has just occurred right now. Apparently, SpaceX's Starship just exploded on the ground during a fire test. Humongous fire being seen. I just reposted that in Force. I know it's a little bit abstract right now, but this is crazy to see. Just sort of play like a part of the video to show a little bit of it. I'm not sure if it's copyrighted, but show a little snippet showing the fire there.
Yeah,
that is
probably.
insane.
I mean, even the other day when they, whoa,
Dang.
Yeah, that's
oh my God.
very unusual there. That is a very bad situation right there happening with that.
Catastrophic failure, actually. I don't even know what would cause that to create an explosion like that. Must have been some sort of piping ruptured inside of the craft and created a significant explosion. Usually that's what happens in these kinds of ground-based explosions. So a little bit interesting to see there. It appears that the plumbing was faulty on the specific variant of the rocket. So quite a catastrophic failure. We actually haven't seen a catastrophic failure like this before from a sitting Starship on a pad. Like, we've never seen that before, actually, from what I know. So that's a new level of failure at the moment. It appears that that's actually as bad as it gets. I've never seen one blow up on the pad before. I've always seen them blown up a little bit above the pad or nearly to the stratosphere or outside of Earth's orbit. I've never seen one blow up on the pad before.
Yeah.
So that's a little interesting. But what do we got, Matthew, for Tel Aviv?
Also, by the way, I'm currently looking at the live cameras out of Tel Aviv. There are clearly a lot of interceptions ongoing right now. And of course, it is the daytime, so it's a little bit harder to tell. We're kind of looking at streaks of smoke here and trying to figure out exactly how many missiles are being intercepted. Right now, it looks like a lot because I see a lot of trails of smoke, a lot of interceptors going up in the sky. And we're also getting reports as well on our Twitter page that apparently, let me get back to it, apparently, the Israeli army is saying that the defense systems are intercepting the missiles right now above the skies of Israel. So it is an ongoing event right this second as we speak, and they are shooting them down actively right this second. Now, like I mentioned, this is a daytime attack, so it is a little bit low on visibility, and we're currently waiting for some videos to come out showing these being intercepted right this very second. But yes, the attack is taking place right now.
And it does sound as though the entirety of the country may be under attack. We haven't been able to get a number on the missiles that are involved in this volley, but it sounds to be significant. And we are hearing that there are interceptions happening over Tel Aviv at the moment. We haven't been able to get video or picture evidence that we can show here on stream yet, but hopefully we'll be able to get some of that here incredibly soon. This is an ongoing development and incident at this time, and it does appear that Tel Aviv is getting hit possibly heavily at the moment by the sheer volume of Iranian missiles that are currently entering Israel's airspace and may possibly be overwhelming the interceptors in a limited form right now. We are going to be waiting.
So we're also being told as well that according to N12 News inside of Israel, it was at least 5 missiles fired from Iran. So we're being told 5. It could be a little bit more than that, but it sounds like it is maybe a smaller volley. But based on the interception streaks I saw in the sky, it appears to be more than just 5 missiles because there was a lot of interceptions going on. So I think it could be maybe a smaller volley, but it's got to be more than 5, though. That's my guess right now. But we're also hearing some reports that maybe Haifa is also getting some interceptions right now as as well. We have not heard of any direct impacts as of the second, so it looks like there are no major impacts. But we also have now a video, unfortunately, that's reposted right now, showing the engagement over Tel Aviv. You can get an idea from this video how many interceptions are taking place, and you can kind of see the streaks going throughout the sky.
Holy smokes. That's quite a large amount. I have to say it's probably more than 5 missiles, because that many interceptions doesn't happen for just 5 missiles. So that is quite a large amount of air defense right there. Also, it's very interesting to see the appearance of these interceptions as they're occurring in the daylight instead of at night. But we are still waiting for more video evidence at the moment. This is the picture that we have to show all of y'all of the incoming attack at the moment. We are hearing that Haifa is also under attack as well, which is suggesting that the attack is far larger than 5 ballistic missiles. So we are waiting to get more information at this point, at least from what we have at the moment.
And also, by the way, Israel is starting to censor information heavily. Like, they are censoring the hell out of any information that anybody can take from the ground. I'm surprised this image right here got out, because the Israelis are not wanting anybody to see what kind of damage they're taking at current. And also, Iran's doing the same thing. They're trying to shut the internet off in Iran to prevent this information from getting out. So this is actually a rare view right now. So I'm hoping we get some video here in a second to be able to show the strikes. Sadly, I wish we could show the live streams, but we don't have the license to do that, and we'd get copyrighted if we did. So we're waiting for more video to come out right this second. But as you see, though, from the picture, it's a lot of interceptions going on. That is definitely more than 5 missiles, just based on the appearance of the picture.
And it does appear that it is a far larger number than 5. We are still waiting for more information and videos if we can get them out of Israel at the moment. But also, by the way, folks, I do have to add in that we are not able to show any of the live stream cameras here on air, because those require specific licenses that we have to be able to show them. We do not have the licenses right now, so if we show them, we're going to get copyright striked into oblivion, and then we won't be able to run streams for about a week. So just to put that out there for everyone, we cannot show those. I do thank everyone for asking and wanting to hope that we could show those, but the reality is that we can't without suffering some sort of severe consequence. So we are still waiting at the moment to try and see if we can get any additional video or picture evidence at this time of the ongoing developing air defense situation over Tel Aviv and Haifa at the moment. We've also been able to hear that there's been possible impacts in Jerusalem as well, and we are still waiting for video and picture confirmation on all of those if we can get them.
But right now, I'm currently not seeing any information coming out right now. I am hearing some more sirens going off. It sounds like Iran might have fired some more missiles. I'm trying to get some confirmation on that as well. And I'm currently trying to find it. Also, by the way, I'm seeing also Wantan in the live chat saying that Israel's been randomly shutting off the live feeds. That also sort of ties into the fact that Israel is trying to censor information heavily. And I think they're even threatening to arrest people if they upload videos or pictures of the attack. So, I mean, Israel's starting to get very, very restrictive about what's being shown on their cameras. And I would say it's probably not for OPSEC. That's more about damage control, actually. So right now we're trying to get some images during that bit of a news blackout that's taking place inside of Israel. So let me go ahead and refresh here and see. And we do have some videos coming out right this second, unfortunately. I just reposted it right now, showing some of the missiles coming in over Israeli territory right this second. So take a look at that.
And let's see what we got here. I actually see the incoming missiles. So we can see 3 in this clip. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, 10. So there's quite more than 5. 11. So it appears that there were 11 in that clip, just going towards Tel Aviv at the moment. We can also count a large amount of streaks of these incoming missiles in this video right here as well.
Also, I can confirm a brand new volley of ballistics have been fired by Iran, and it looks like it's another large volley. It looks like the entirety of Israel is now lit up in red alerts. The Negev desert's lit up, Tel Aviv's lit up, Jerusalem's lit up, all the way up to the top part of Israel is lit up right now. There's like hundreds and hundreds of missile alerts right now. This appears to be an extremely large daytime attack that we rarely ever see. So this is certainly a big one. So unfortunately, when you get done with these videos, show the folks the map showing the alerts, because it is a lot right now.
And it does appear that the air alerts have extended a significant amount at the moment. We are able to see that pretty much the entirety of the region, including Dimona, Be'er-Sheva, Netanya, Tel Aviv, Ashdod, Haifa, and multiple other cities amongst the major metropolises are currently under attack at the moment, including even smaller settlements near to the area of the Dead Sea that also have significant air defense alerts sounding over them at the moment. So it does appear that there is a major air attack ongoing on the state of Israel right now, and we are already hearing that apparently there is now a second missile wave that is now going to be launched towards the state of Israel, as we are able to hear that a new wave of missiles has been shot towards Israel just 3 minutes ago, meaning that the entrance of those missiles may be incredibly soon. We are still trying to cover this live as the situation is developing at the moment, folks. That's all the information we have right now. But here within just a few minutes, we will be hearing more developments, once again letting us see and hear the missiles that are coming in and attempting to hit all of these cities throughout the state of Israel. And so, Matthew, I'm going to hand it back over to you really quickly. Do we have anything else to cover at this moment?
So right now, I'm still scanning my sources for more breaking news. Right now, we're still limited to the information we have. Right now, we are seeing massive alerts up and down Israel, pretty much in all parts of Israel right this second, in a rare daytime attack. And also, we have gotten confirmation from Iran's Fars News Network that a brand new wave of missiles has been shot toward Israel. And this just happens to coincide with right after the Iraq heavy water reactor was struck. So it appears to be retaliation for that attack. And this is a very big retaliation that we're seeing right now. And we did see some videos a moment ago showing some of the missiles coming in. But right now, we're in a bit of a news lull when it comes to video evidence coming out. I am looking here at our live stream footage right now to see exactly what is going on over the skies. And just taking a quick look here as it does load in, it looks like it's lagging a little bit here, maybe being throttled perhaps. But it looks like we do see in Haifa, there are some, what appears to be a ballistic missile going across the sky of Haifa right now. And I'm not seeing an interception of it right at this second. It looks like it's flying across, largely unopposed right this second. Tel Aviv appears to be momentarily quiet, and I'm currently waiting for more video evidence to come out right this second. So I will give you a shout when I do see it. And it looks like, actually, got some breaking news right now. We've heard apparently multiple blasts heard in Tel Aviv. It's unclear if there's direct strikes, but there is a photo coming out here showing that apparently there's been several direct hits on structures in the Negev area of Israel right this very second. So take a look at that.
And we can see a cloud rising from one of the hits, at least at the moment. It is confirming that there are missile impacts that are landing and making their hits inside of the state of Israel at the moment, confirming that the air defense system was overwhelmed in this attack, suggesting a large enough volley that it was able to get a couple of the missiles through at the moment. So it does appear that there have been hits on the state of Israel at this time. And really quickly, to also clear up something while we're covering the news, I want to make this clear. I see a lot of people, thank you all for the care and attention to it, asking about, can we show these people's cameras? Can we show those people's cameras, the Associated Press, and so on? No. There is no such thing as fair use. Fair use is a defense to copyright claims. Everything technically is copyright if someone wants to enforce their copyright claim to it. So we cannot show their cameras because those companies like Associated Press and all of the others, they pay thousands of dollars to have these cameras set up and run on live feeds continuously for their own business. We can try and pay a large amount of money to these companies to get a license to show their videos and live feeds, but if we do not, we will be subject to significant copyright strikes and may be open to lawsuits by these companies for using their footage or live feeds without their consent or permissive consent. So with that in mind, we cannot show that stuff without getting into significant trouble. So I hate to tell you all that, but the answer to showing any live feeds at the moment is no, because we could get into very significant trouble with larger news organizations for doing something like that and using their cameras without any explicit permission. So
also, by the way, I'm also getting some more breaking news right this second. It looks like there has been a ballistic missile impact in Tel Aviv. It looks like central Tel Aviv. We do have a photo showing that right here, and there appears to be smoke rising up from the area of some sky-rise buildings in Tel Aviv. And once again, we're very grateful to have photos of that because right now it's being restricted inside of Israel. But it looks like we can see here there is an impact in Tel Aviv being reported right this second. And also, we can confirm that alarms continue to sound across Israel due to the Iranian missile fire. The attack is still ongoing. It is not ended. And we're also getting more reports of explosions being heard over Tel Aviv right this second. In fact, multiple blasts being heard in Tel Aviv right now. So confirmed hits in Negev inside of Israel, as well as Tel Aviv as well. And we're also seeing still on the live camera footage I'm looking at right this second, there appears to be maybe some ongoing activity over Haifa, but it's kind of hard to tell right this second, but we are keeping an eye on it right now.
And really quickly, folks, I'm trying to look through these pictures here to see if we can locate exactly where these skyscrapers are in the clip. There's actually some that are quite distinct here. And let me see, I actually believe I passed over an area that kind of looked like that a moment ago. It may be this mall. Let's see if we can get a external picture of the mall. Oh, these are all internal pictures. Let me go out here. Let's look up. Not those buildings. Not those buildings. So it's not here. Somewhere else.
Oh, wow. We've got some very bad footage coming out right now. We've got some very, very... Okay, we're seeing impacts in Beersheba and Ramat Gan inside of Israel. We're hearing of many impacts right now. We've seen an impact on a hospital right now in Beersheba, and it looks like it has been a direct hit on a hospital by an Iranian missile. Let's take a look.
So it does appear that we are able to see confirmed hits at this point inside of the state of Israel from this Iranian missile attack, suggesting that it's been incredibly large in size, and it was able to overwhelm the interceptors and get a couple of missiles through, while a decent amount were also shot down as well. Hitting hospitals is, of course, a war crime. Hitting any populated area, as a matter of fact, filled with civilians without confirming a military target in the area is entirely a war crime. So right now, this entire Iranian attack can be considered an act of terror, a crime against humanity, and a war crime on top of that in violation of the Geneva Convention. So it is pretty much hitting all of the boxes at this moment for being an act of terror in its entire form. But it does appear that the hospital was hit in Beersheba, and we also have additional news.
And also right now, we are hearing an overall summary of the events. We are hearing that initial reports indicate at least 4 impact sites, 3 in central Israel and 1 in the south. In Negev. We did see a photo from Negev showing that impact just a moment ago. And we also see there's another strike right here, apparently in Tel Aviv. There were 3 reported in total in Tel Aviv so far. So Tel Aviv is once again the major target of these ballistic missiles. There's also another photo right there. So clearly there was not complete interceptions right now based on what we're seeing right here. I think they were trying to claim that maybe most of them were shot down, but as we can see, they were not shot down. It looks like there is clearly damage to a hospital and also on the streets as well that we're seeing right this second.
It does appear that the decent amount of missiles were able to hit. This is confirming that this is a larger size attack, possibly even 40 to 50 in number, as we have been able to see the ballistic missile attacks prior that have been over 40 or 50 missiles, have been able to see some of them make it through and hit the major cities of Haifa, Tel Aviv, and so on. So it does appear that this attack was a significantly larger one than we've seen in the past, and it does appear that the Iranians may have been able to recuperate or upstart their ballistic missile rocket forces to a greater degree and are once again firing a larger volley of missiles at this point. So it does appear that Iran's attacks are beginning to ramp up, possibly in direct response to the damage that has just occurred to the destroyed IR-40 reactor just north of Iraq, a research reactor that the Islamic Republic of Iran was using to create weapons-grade plutonium for weapons production. So it does appear that that Israel is getting hit once again. Do we have any additional details at the moment, Matthew, about the ongoing attack in Israel?
So right now, we're not getting any new information right this second. We are hearing, once again, people reporting that the Soroka Medical Center in Beersheba was struck by a missile. That appears to be the location in which we got that video evidence from just a moment ago. And it looks like it was indeed struck, and that is the Soroka Medical Center. So unfortunately, can we get a geolocation on that right now and see exactly where that is in Beersheba?
So let's see here. It is a medical center. So it's actually right here. This is the Soroka Medical Center in Beersheba. And we can actually drop down here in front of it, and I can show you all the building from the street view. This is the specific hospital that was targeted and hit just a short while ago.
Interesting. So it's right here. So, I mean, pan the camera around a little bit more. Let's see the entire area real quick.
This is generally on the very edge of the Negev desert.
Yeah, so it looks like generally the hospital is out in its own little area. This photo was taken, granted, back in 2017, but it looks like, generally speaking, it was in its own little spot. So it must be that the hospital was targeted directly based on what we're seeing, because it appears to be a pretty large area here in which the hospital sits on. So I would imagine it must be a direct hit. There's also a university right next to it to the left. So that maybe could have been a target, but I think they actually hit the hospital on purpose directly.
The hospital, actually, man, this is a lot like UAB in downtown here in Birmingham. The hospital is actually a part of the Ben Gurion University. The whole thing is a part of one massive campus, but it appears that the hospital's facilities actually take up about half of the entire campus in this area, and it appears that the missile may have landed somewhere within the central square or directly onto the hospital in some unknown location on the building at this point. But it is confirmed that an Iranian ballistic missile did make it through and hit directly onto the hospital itself. And it did not hit anywhere else. It did not hit across the street, behind the hospital, above the hospital in the actual university, or south of it in a residential area. It actually hit dead on or right near to the hospital itself. Let's see what the roadways are looking like behind here. And this is what the residential areas are looking like behind the hospital. As well, just to point that out. So it does appear that the hospital was specifically hit, at least from what we can tell right now, in the strike.
So right now, also as well, we're hearing from the fire and rescue teams inside of Israel that they're claiming that weapons items fell on the central district. They're claiming that maybe it was a piece of debris that fell on the hospital, and they're telling people to call the fire services as soon as possible. I'll be honest with you, that does not appear to be a debris hit. That looks to be maybe a direct impact based on that video we saw right here. That does not appear to be damage from debris. This appears to be damage from a shockwave from a missile hitting directly on the compound here of the hospital, or maybe right on the building of the hospital. So that might be maybe some, I guess you could say, some misguided statements by the Israelis, just based on the footage we're seeing here. But of course, we'll leave that up to y'all to figure it out. But Enforcer, what's your assumption? Do you think it was a direct hit or what?
Looking outside right there, that is clearly a direct hit. I mean, there's debris throughout that whole area. That almost sounds just like the Russians say about Ukrainian drones that make it through, is that they shot down the drone, but the building was destroyed from falling debris. That's pretty much the same defense that's being used here. This appears to be a direct hit by a missile. This kind of damage that is spreading throughout an entire area like that does not happen from falling debris. This appears to be a direct missile hit near to the hospital. So, I would have to generally say it seems as though, I don't want to claim this early, but it does seem as though the Israelis are trying to cover up the fact that a missile did make it through and just hit a hospital.
Yeah, and they're saying this. They're saying in the southern district. So I'm assuming they're referring to here because that's the only place so far we've seen a direct hit on anything, and that's the place they're telling people to call the fire department. So they said they received a report of a fall in a building of a falling debris. So yeah, it appears to be they're referring to probably most likely the hospital here in the southern district. So yeah, that appears to be a direct hit, at least in my opinion, in my assessment. Just based on what we're seeing here in the video. But let's also see if we got some more news here on the top to see exactly what is going on right this second. We're being told of another wave of ballistic missiles, and it's a large barrage. But at the same time, though, I'm not really seeing any evidence of another barrage coming in. So we'll have to wait and see if there is more missiles coming in. But right now, I'm not really seeing that. So we're having to wait for more information. But we're hearing some new estimates saying that 20 to 30 missiles were launched. So 20 to 30, that seems a little bit low. This appears to be a little bit more than 20 to 30 based on the wide area that was sounded with a red alert. So, Enforcer, what do you think about that estimate? Is that low or high? What's your guess?
Sounds a little low. I mean, if they're saying that only 30 missiles were fired and this many made it through, that's not looking that good on the Israeli air defense. It sounds more like a realistic number would be 40 to 50 at the moment, because we've seen prior that just about 30 missiles can be shot down, but anything greater than that, we start running into air defense issues. So I would say that probably 40 to 50 were shot down. Well, not shot down, but made it into their airspace.
Interesting. So right now that appears to be all the news we have on it. If we get more news, we'll have to return back to it. But for now, there appears to be a lack of new information. We're currently waiting to see if a new wave of incoming missiles is coming in. But for right now, that is all we know.
And so with that, we are going to be moving on from this unfortunate news. Hopefully we do not hear of any very sad or unfortunate casualty reports coming out from that hospital. But with that, in the meantime, we are going to be getting to talk to all of y'all, answer super chats and live chats in the meantime, considering that we have no more news coming out at the moment. So with that, what do we got, Matthew?
All right, so this one goes to Plazat, who puts in a $22 donation, and thank you very much, Plazat, for that $22 support. And they said, get some snow coffee on me, Enforcers, and to celebrate my birthday. And also, happy birthday to you, Plazat. And you've been on the channel for a very long time, and we hope you had a good birthday as well.
And I hope you had a great birthday, Pilsaz. We both hope you had a great one. And I gotta thank you for helping us to get some coffee made of snow here on the channel. We were greatly appreciative of that. And we do thank you so much once again for enjoying this channel, even on your birthday, to support it and help us to keep this thing running. So a huge thanks to you so much once again, Plazoth. A big happy birthday to you as well. And thank you for being here with us tonight as we're covering the news and also supporting us in this channel so that way we can make sure to keep this thing running. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. Also, someone said, who is making these statements? That appeared to be the fire and rescue spokespeople for Israel that made that statement about the falling debris. That's at least according to 5 Network. That's who's making those statements right now about the Southern District. So that is what we're hearing at the moment. But jumping into our next one here, and also, by the way, shout out to Gunfox, by the way. Gunfox, I'm saving your super chat for just a minute here because with the breaking news happening, I want to give your super chat due time to build a rabbit hole on it. So I'm saving that one until a little bit later when we can actually rabbit hole on it. But we do see your super chat, Gunfox, and thank you very much for that $50 support. We also have a 20 from Brittany Coy, who said, for those now speaking out against the U.S. involvement in Iran, where was this concern last fall when tensions escalated and our base was attacked? And this didn't happen overnight, and the signs were there, but many overlooked them.
Yeah, many overlooked them. And I remember when that happened. You know, it's a real... Oh, it's very difficult to talk about because it really wears me down. It's the stupid political games that are played here in America. You know, when the 3 U.S. service members were killed at Ottomsk Garrison last year, just to speak about it plainly with all of y'all, the Democrats who were in charge at the moment didn't want to go in and deal with the Iranians because they just wanted to see if the situation could pass over. And then the Republicans were wanting blood because the 3 U.S. service members were killed. Fast forward to today, now the Republicans are the one wanting blood against Iran, and they're the ones actually calling the shots, and now the Democrats are the one acting like it's uncalled for. It's just the ridiculous political push and pull game that always happens, and no matter who's in charge, the other side has to immediately flip their morality on its head to just do the opposite, to make it look like the people in charge right now are devils for doing what we have to do. That's kind of the truth behind it, because back in the day, it would have made sense to go up against the Iranians. Right now, during the whole entire administration that's been going on for months right now, it would have made a lot of sense to go in and deal with the Iranians from day one. But neither of them wanted to do it, because the truth is that going in and dealing with it takes effort, and generally the political powers that be in this country in both parties are generally lazy and like to try and do very little. That's why they're incredibly reactive and not proactive, but that's generally the situation as to why that was the case, because the current administration would also like to ignore that. And if that happened under the current administration, I can promise y'all it would have been the same response if they were in charge during that very same time, is that they would have overlooked it, they would have ignored it. The Democrats would be saying we should go in and literally obliterate Iran, and then the current party, the Republican Party, would be saying that we shouldn't. That's just really how it works. Like, it's not even getting political, that's just speaking to y'all about how the political apparatus in America kind of works. It's a very frustrating one to look at, because there are quite clearly obvious answers to what we're looking at. The obvious answer is that the current majority party shouldn't be lazy. We should be proactive. And the other party should understand that sometimes the minority party, whichever one it is, whether it be the Democrats or Republicans, they have to realize that we can't demonize everyone for everything. We just have to accept that sometimes we have to do something. There is not always a right and wrong answer, and the party in charge isn't always wrong. Foreign policy is a very open and shut sort of a case situation. Really, every party has to respond, no matter if they're Republican or Democrat, to foreign policy developments just about the same. There really isn't much room for difference there. But whenever a new political party comes in charge and they pretty much carry on the policies of the last one, then they're demonized for it. It just doesn't really make a lot of sense. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. I do thank you for support and help with this channel to keep on running. And I would say that it was incredibly unfortunate when those 3 service members died at Antonov. And I remember here on this channel, we were saying that the U.S. should go in and we should deal with Iran. And then when the new administration came in under Trump in late January, we were still saying the U.S. should go in and deal with Iran on its own. It doesn't even need Israel to be involved. This is largely an American affair, whether the Israelis are at threat or not, and we should deal with it. They already killed 3 U.S. service members. They're threatening to kill Americans every day. This nuclear weapon is going to be aimed at Americans' heads when it is made. They're going to make an ICBM to reach the United States. We've been saying the same thing no matter who's been in charge, because unlike other people who played the political game, here on this channel, we don't play the political political game. I don't get into goofy political talk and opinions. But with that, I do thank you for the support. I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we also have more breaking news coming out at the moment from the strikes in Israel. So what do we got, Matthew?
So we got a lot of breaking news happening right this second. We are seeing more damage in the area of the missile impact in Tel Aviv. That's what you're looking at right here on the screen right now. This is from Tel Aviv. As you can see, a car appears to be completely demolished. There's fires in the street, and also there's debris literally all over the road. There's even like a traffic sign or something right there mangled. It looks like a piece of metal just completely bent and thrown across the street. So that is Tel Aviv. And moving on down to our next piece of news here, we have gotten more word of apparently more drone sirens going off in the Jordan Valley of Israel. And it looks like some drones are on the way to Israel as well, in addition to these ballistic missiles. And in addition to those current sirens we're hearing going off, we're also being told that apparently, let's see here, apparently an area near the heavy water facility of Iran's Kandab nuclear facility was also targeted by Israel. So apparently that's also another piece of news we're hearing. But also really the main news, though, I was trying to get to a second ago, was we are getting more videos coming out of the damage at the Soroka hospital right now in the southern part of Israel. So let's take a look. It looks like the hospital has been absolutely mauled by that missile. Let's take a peek.
תראו מה קרה לי לבית חולים. תראו. פה עמדתי, תראי כל הדלת עפה עליי, אליי.
The damage is significant. This is clearly showing that a missile exploded. It was not falling debris, as the first responders and firefighters stated for the Southern District. This was a direct hit at the Soroka Hospital.
פה. תראי כל הבית
Very, very significant damage. We can see that some damage was so significant it actually ripped out the window frames themselves in some of these buildings, and we could see the AC units actually hanging off of the frames, which have been turned into nearly spaghetti from the force of the explosion of the missile impact that occurred just outside near to this area.
It's a very bad hit, extremely bad. Also, Enforcer, I do have a picture showing the direct hit on the medical center. It's down a little bit further. You can clearly see it hit literally right smack dab on the medical center, like right in the smack dab center of it, actually, based on this picture. So that's definitely not debris that we're seeing right here.
And we also got to see more footage from inside, which I'll be showing y'all right here.
אימא'לה, מה קורה בסורוקה? טירוף מוחלט. הכל שבור. זה לא אמיתי מה קורה פה. הכל שבור. כל סורוקה. כל המיון.
And then we can also see another picture showing us the damage to this wing. Quite clearly, this building was hit with a missile. We could even see the larger roof, which most likely is a reinforced roof, considering that it's part of the significant structure of the building, has actually jutted upwards in this specific spot from the force of the explosion that occurred somewhere in this area.
Yes, very bad indeed. Also, by the way, on a different story, we're seeing here this horrific attack on this hospital by Iran, which, of course, Israel's probably going to respond very strongly to that. But we're also hearing as well that from Dubai, we're hearing that Israel has indeed attacked the Iran-Iraq heavy water reactor. The Iranian state television has confirmed. So Iraq has been hit for certain. We're being told that apparently they evacuated it before it got struck, and the Iranians are claiming there's no radiation risk. But you know, the Iranians are saying that, so take that with a grain of salt. There probably is some type of risk, and they're just saying that to try to save face. But right now, Iraq, the heavy water reactor inside of Iran, apparently has been struck directly. It's confirmed with photo evidence and now also confirmed by Iranian state media.
I'm going to ask the machine really quickly about this, Matthew, and confide in it, because I believe there should be some sort of radiation risk with a research reactor getting hit. If a research reactor's let's see, reactor's main dome is breached by an airstrike while operating. Let's see, operating. Would that result in in a radiation leak? We'll ask that. So really quickly, folks, let me confide in the machine here to see if we can get an answer. So yes, it does appear that if a research reactor's containment is breached, specifically the main dome of the structure, it appears that a radiation leak is highly likely, meaning that there is a significant cause for moderate radiation damage or radiological damage in the surrounding area from that reactor now that it's been hit. It's highly likely that the steam we saw in prior pictures, which I'll show you all once we scroll down far enough, this steam here in this picture is most likely radioactive, because that white smoke right there, if you notice, it has the exact same density as a cloud above it in the atmosphere, and that is showing that that's actually vaporized water. That is steam from the reactor that has bursted out once the dome was blown away. So that is most likely radioactive, highly likely, I would suppose, considering that's coming directly out of the reactor dome. So I would have to say that it's very much likely that there is a significant radiation leak coming from IR-40 at the moment. Not Chernobyl level. I want to make that clear. This is not Chernobyl reactor 4 going nuclear in a meltdown. This is a lot less significant, but the radiological damage will still be existing in the area around Kandar at the moment. So, yeah, the Iranians are largely lying about that development.
All right, so we've got some more news here right now. So we're being told this is the largest Iranian missile barrage in the past 24 hours, and clearly we can tell that it certainly had some bad effects to it. We have the video here showing the exact moment the Soroka hospital was hit by Iran in a direct strike. So let's take a look.
And that is quite clearly a missile hit. There's no doubt about that. That's not falling debris. So
that's bad.
Incredibly unfortunate. We haven't been able to, of course, get a casualty report yet. This strike did just happen. A casualty report will most likely come out here within the next few hours. Hopefully, we only hear of wounded. We don't hear of any killed. But considering that this explosion happened right within a hospital campus, it's highly likely that there were killed. This is a heavily trafficked area, even during airstrikes. So there was probably a decent amount of pedestrian traffic in the surrounding area of the building when the strike occurred, meaning that shrapnel most likely got or killed a significant number of people surrounding the hospital. Very unfortunate news. This is probably the worst attack so far that we've seen from Iran, considering the fact it hit a actual active populated hospital when it struck the building, or at least the campus of the building. So there are most likely fatalities on the ground at the moment around the Soroka hospital in Beersheba at the moment. Matthew, do we have any...
The bad part about this is, so far, Israel's claimed that most of the Iranian launchers have been taken offline, but obviously, based on this attack, it looks like they still possess enough capabilities to launch pretty wide-ranging and damaging attacks on Israel. So I don't think the Israelis have as good of a grip as they previously stated they had on the Iranians' ballistic missile launching capability. Now, of course, I'm sure the Iranians are bringing out some launchers from probably caves and underground bunkers if they can store them there. They're probably bringing some of those out to carry out these attacks, then going and hiding them back once it's over. So it looks to be, honestly, to me, like the threat to Israel is still quite severe. And even though the Israelis are making it sound like it was pretty much all under control, it's clearly not. So they're still going to need to do a lot of work to take out more launchers inside of Iran to get the situation truly under control, it looks like.
And hopefully we will not be hearing of any more news at the moment about what's going on in Israel. I have a feeling there will be additional developments we'll be hearing about soon and getting more information on of unfortunate strikes on civilian centers that we're seeing at the moment. But it is an incredibly unfortunate situation that we're hearing of right now from the missiles that did make it through the air defense and ended up hitting specific areas. So far we've been able to confirm 3 hits in Tel Aviv, 1 in Beersheba, directly on the hospital in Beersheba, which we were just talking about a moment ago. We haven't heard of any hits in Haifa yet. So hopefully Haifa made it through unscathed. But with that, we are going to be waiting to see what other future we have future developments actually right now.
We've got some new footage coming out right this second showing more and more impact sites in Tel Aviv. Right now, there appears to be some rescue crews walking the streets that we can see. And also, we've seen damage to a high-rise building in downtown Tel Aviv as well that appears to have taken a very, very strong hit to the bottom of it.
And we can actually see windows blown out across the entirety of the building and a significant amount of damage near its base. Outside of that, we can also see additional footage from the ground near to the base of the skyscraper where there is a confirmed missile hit.
הכל שבור. תסתכלו מה זה. עכשיו עברתי פה לפני 5 דקות. תראי מה הולך פה. תסתכלי את כל הבניינים. תסתכלי את כל הבניין.
Significant damage.
תסתכלי את כל הבניין ההוא גם נשבר.
Well, not exactly significant, but moderate damage for sure.
יואו, תראי מה הולך פה. תראי מה הולך פה, כל האבנים פה. תסתכלי. איפה אנחנו פה?
So as of right now, it appears to be that the attack is largely over at this moment. So we're currently waiting to see what other type of damage there was to this whole situation right here. But currently, it does appear that the damage is, or excuse me, the attack is currently over right now at this very second.
It does appear that it is, but we will continue to watch this video, at least for the moment, to round it out and make sure to show what's going on so far. But also, I've just been told that we actually cannot play the rest of this video because it will be showing graphic content. So we will not be able to show that video in its entirety. So with that, we are going to be moving away from that video. Also, Matthew, could you describe what was in the rest of that video for everyone on air, just so that way they may know what we were going to see in the video?
Oh, no, let's just skip it for now, and let's keep waiting for more breaking news right here that I'm currently scanning for at the very moment. And right now, I'm not seeing any more footage of it right this second of this attack, but I am keeping an eye out for more of it. So right now, we are in a bit of a news lull, but that is currently what we know.
All right, and so with that, we will be returning back to questions in the meantime. We hate to break unfortunate news to y'all, but that is what we're getting from Tel Aviv and Beersheba at the moment. But with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next super chat question in the meantime, while we're scanning for breaking news, goes to Terrasar, who puts in a 20. And Terrasar said, back in the regular time slot and great overtime work over the last couple of days, and congrats on 400K.
And thank you so much, Terrasar, the Betsy Ross of the LSA for the large part. And thank you so much for enjoying our coverage. We've been trying our best to make sure that we have the most information and research that we can possibly get. And I'm very proud to say that we are able to report a lot of great events and unfortunate events all at the same time on our news coverage. And all of y'all can pretty much bet your boots that we'll have the information down pat and pretty much the exact locations listed on air. Big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to Brittany Coy, who puts in a 20. And Brittany said, this isn't a political question. It applies equally to both parties. But hypothetical scenario, you're testifying before Congress, explaining why U.S. involvement in the conflict is necessary. What would you say to convince them?
Mr. Senator, I believe that an involvement of the United States of America in the Iran-Israel war is prudent to United States national security interests due to clear information that the United States intelligence agencies have been able to gather on the development of nuclear weaponry by the Islamic Republic of Iran. Not only is this in violation of the international nuclear non-proliferation treaties, which the United States is currently a signing member of, but this also poses a great strategic threat to the United States and its involvement in the Middle East and our interests across the Middle East, along as our national security interest in the safety of millions of Americans who may find themselves at risk within several years of an Iranian nuclear threat. I would believe that the United States of America's voters and constituents across the Republic would believe that it would be prudent for the United States to take military action in this situation, considering that inevitably their lives will eventually be at stake. It would be a disservice to the United States citizens and the United States as a nation for the Islamic Republic of Iran to be able to produce and field nuclear weaponry at this current time. We also do understand that the Israeli armed forces have already been engaging in hostile action against the Islamic Republic of Iran in an attempt to denuclearize them. However, they have not been able to destroy or disable all Iranian nuclear facilities, including the vital Fordo uranium enrichment plant. With this in mind, it is quite clear that with the Iranians now enraged from the current attacks by the Israelis, that their creation of a nuclear weapon and possible use of it is a higher likely chance now than it ever has been. And for this reason, decisive U.S. action must be made to protect the U.S. interest in the Middle East and the United States citizenry here inside of our country. And that would be my answer to that question, Mr. Senator. I do thank you so much for the support and asking me how I'd answer that question, and I hope that that answer was a proper one, so that way y'all will consider electing me as president in 2040, along with Enforcer Matt here on the channel as the vice president on the 2040 ticket. But with that, I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
You know, the real world answer, though, is this. If the president says we're sending troops there and he wants to get them involved, he does not need congressional approval for that. He can send the troops over there. They can get involved in the situation and conduct strikes on Iran, and that does not require any type of congressional oversight whatsoever. The only part that Congress would have to approve is if the troops stay there for more than 60 days, the president either has to withdraw those troops after 60 days or he has to get Congress's permission to authorize the deployment for an extended period beyond 60 days. So, in reality, the president has the authority to start a war, but he doesn't have the authority to continue the war without Congress's approval. That's basically how it works in real life. And, you know, that's controversial to some people because basically once you start a war, you really can't just sometimes just end it because you're already knee deep into it. So that is the presidential power, and that's how it works based on the War Powers Resolution that is currently the law in the land right now. So that is the way it actually works. But also, thank you very much, Brittany, for that support. And we also have a $20 support from Alex. And he said, why does Iran own American Boeing 707 tankers?
Well, those 707s and 747s are actually a holdover from the days of Persia, well, the Kingdom of Persia, which came before the Islamic Republic of Iran. That's actually why. I'll actually show you this. This is a very interesting thing about the Iranian Air Force. Most of it's actually American, and I'll show you really quickly. Let's go down here. So, their current inventory. These are Chinese. These are all American. F-4 Phantoms. These are actually produced by, I believe, McDonnell Douglas. They also have F-5 Tigers. They also have some of their own modified versions of the F-5 Tiger, which we'll get to in a second. And then they also have F-14 Tomcats. The Iranians actually had all of these aircraft given to them, pretty much, through purchase orders from the United States way back in the day before they actually became the Islamic Republic we know now. These things are over 50 years old. All of them are. They also have these modified versions of the F-5 Tiger, the Hessa Azarach, the Hessa Kosar, as well as the Hessa Sayeka, which is a very weird modified version of the F-5. But all of these are just variants of the F-5 that were also given to them by the United States in export orders. And so if you look at it, most of their combat aircraft are actually American. They're of 60s and 70s vintage, but still American. They got them all before 1979 when the Islamic Republic overthrew the Shah in Iran. And they also have these tankers here, and also transports as well, from back in the day before the Shah. They've just kept them running and have maintained them and hardly flown them to make sure that they're still operational today. So I hope that answers your question well. A big thanks to you once again for support, but we actually have more breaking news coming out at the moment. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so we have a very, very clear sign right this second that just came out that apparently the United States is getting worried about Iranian strikes on U.S. bases, perhaps in the region. Right now, we're hearing that the U.S. Embassy in Qatar has temporarily restricted its personnel from accessing the Al Udeid Air Base and is advising both staff and U.S. citizens in the country to exercise increased vigilance, according to an official embassy alert. That just came out a moment ago, which happens to coincide with massive attacks on Israel. So it looks like we're seeing perhaps a precautionary situation right now in Qatar at the U.S. Embassy based on these current attacks that are going on right now. So very interesting to see. And also, unfortunately, we do have some more images right there about the damage in Tel Aviv.
And we are able to see here in Holon Station sector in Tel Aviv that there has been significant damage to residential buildings which were directly impacted by a ballistic missile strike fired by the Iranians only a short while ago. In this picture here, the damage is quite evident. It appears that buildings, floors of the building have collapsed inwards on themselves. And we can actually see one floor here that's actually caved downwards and other parts of the floor sections which have been completely removed due to the force of the explosion. Once again, incredibly significant damage. And once again, showing us that the Iranians were able to land several significant hits within the area. But it does appear that we are getting all available information from Qatar, or the U.S. Embassy in Qatar, that it appears that the U.S. will be going to war, and they're preparing the diplomatic and remaining skeletal military staff within the area for those possible strikes that may be conducted by the Iranians here in the future. But with that, I hope we are able to address all of that information well at the moment. And with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least from the information and news that we have at the moment. And also, really quickly, to circle back to this, Brittany Coy, I wanted to answer this because you moved on from this quickly, Matthew, and I was like, dang, I wanted to answer this. Matthew is exactly correct with what he was saying about the president doesn't really need congressional approval to take military action overseas. He just, declarations of war can only be done by the Congress. But what I do want to say, though, is that if I was brought forward as, say, a hypothetical Secretary of Defense, or as I was for some reason testifying before Congress on the situation, regardless of whether Congress actually has any approval to start or stop these sorts of actions that the president could authorize, that would still be my answer, as a general explanation as to why the president, no matter who they are, must take these actions, and they are prudent for American security interests and global interests. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. I hope that also adds that little caveat in there, because Matthew is entirely correct. My statements in Congress's approval or disapproval of the president's actions really has no bearing on the subjects, because the president will be able to take whatever action necessary. But no matter who the president was, my answer would still be the same, whether it was Biden or Trump, who's currently the president. I would still say the same thing. We've actually been saying pretty much that very same thing, and I know you would know, Brittany Coy. You've been around the whole time. The entire time we've been running this channel in many different ways with words. But with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. And we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to Jocelyn, who puts in a $100 donation. And thank you very much, Jocelyn, for that support as well. And Jocelyn said, my question is simple. After this attack, do you feel the U.S. will step in?
I would say that I believe the United States may step in. I wouldn't say that it's because of this attack in Israel, because, not to sound crass, but for American strategic perspectives, the attack on Israel right now has really no bearing on that. Even if there are civilian deaths, even if they hit a hospital, even if they just wiped out an entire nursery full of children, this all sounds really bad, but this is the honest truth of how it will work. It really doesn't have much bearing or impact on what we're doing, at least on U.S. Security interest circles. What really matters is what kind of impact Israel's attacks have had on Iran, whether this is going to embolden them to use a nuclear weapon faster once they develop one, and also how far away they may now be to developing a nuclear weapon, which, at least according to initial reports now, this has only set them back by a couple of months with the damage that Israel has imposed on them at the moment. So with all that in mind, that's really the stuff that'll really come into play, and I think based off of all of the information and intelligence we have right now, the answer would still be that we'll be conducting an airstrike against the Iranians to knock out the rest of their nuclear program, because they just can't have one. That's really how we're looking at in the U.S. right now, at least in those top circles. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. But as far as this attack, it really is not going to have much to play in our decision-making process, at least for now. It may be used as a justification publicly, but in the actual mechanical circles of how the government works, it doesn't really have too much of an impact. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to Captain Jenks, who puts in a 20. He said, keep up the good work, guys, and thank you for the updates.
And thank you so much for the support. Thank you for enjoying our updates. We try our best here to keep the updates going and to make sure that they are top-notch and ship-shape. And hopefully tonight has certainly been the case. So huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And up next, big shout out to David C. and also Dade Carnes, also known as Raid, for putting in a $20 support as well. And we appreciate you, David and Dade, as well for that support and helping to keep the channel running. And we also have a 20 from Rad Doctor. And Rad Doctor said the mainstream news is reporting there are cargo airplane shipments from China to Iran. And any thoughts on what they could be sending? Could it be equipment to test against the U.S. military and LSA?
And I thank you for the support. So far, we've only seen one shipment really one flight from China with a Chinese Y-20 arriving in the country about 4 days ago at this point. We haven't been able to hear of any since then, unless if the mainstream news is going with the unconfirmed claims that cargo-like 747s are flying into Iranian airspace. We have seen 2 of those possible flights, but we haven't ever been able to confirm whether those landed in Iran. And according to Cargo Lux specifically, they do not deliver cargo to Iraq, Syria, or Iran. Those are completely off of the chart for them to deliver cargo to publicly. So with that in mind, we've only heard of one, and I wouldn't really have a clue of what they could have dropped off. These things don't really carry a lot of cargo. I mean, it's a little bit of a slightly smaller C-17 in terms of its cargo load abilities. So it wouldn't be much. If it was dropping off anything, it's not a great deal of anything for the large part, and it certainly isn't nuclear weaponry. Like, I can certainly rule that out, not nuclear weaponry. We've never really seen anyone shuttling around nuclear weaponry to give to other people as a gift before, and I would highly doubt that the Chinese would start today, at least in my opinion. And so with that, I thank you for the support, and I hope that does address that the best I can, but at the moment, we just don't have enough information to give a clear answer to that question, because anything could have been on board that aircraft, except for a nuclear weapon. I'm fairly certain of that. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to Goodster, who puts in a 20. And Goodster said, do you think Iran has sleeper cells in the United States?
Yes, everyone has sleeper cells. ISIS has sleeper cells. Iran has sleeper cells. Hell, anyone has sleeper cells. I mean, there's sleeper cells that make themselves in the United States. You know, like look at those groups like the Base. If y'all have ever heard of that, there was an undercover FBI informant who actually wrote a book about infiltrating. I believe it was one of the motorcycle gangs in America, which could be considered an extremist group. Not a sleeper cell, but an extremist group, at least depending on which motorcycle gang you're talking about. And also the Base, which was pretty much a self-formed sleeper cell group of its own that was going to activate itself one day autonomously. But there's always sleeper cell groups in America. The issue is that people kind of focus on them a little bit too much and they get paranoid. The truth of the matter is that we really can't do anything about them. Because they actually have a right, unless they're doing something criminal, which we're able to confirm through some form of an undercover informant or an intelligence gathering or specific warrants that are issued by special courts. Unless we're able to confirm that they're doing anything criminal, we really can't do anything about them from a legal standpoint. I don't believe that we should start to infringe on civil rights to be able to go after these people any quicker, because then that starts to affect society as a whole and starts to strip away the rights of innocent citizenry that are going about their daily lives and then making their lives a lot more difficult. So generally, I would say hopefully the FBI has an eye on these groups and are paying attention to them, and we'll be able to catch them before they conduct a criminal act or a reprehensible act, or once they conduct the act, we'll be able to apprehend them, eliminate them if they're not willing to give themselves up, and if they're willing to give themselves up, hold them accountable with the justice system that we have here in the United States. That would be the best answer I could give for now, but the answer to your question is certainly. I mean, there's sleeper cells for everything in this country. It's just that they usually stay pretty hidden and pretty low key, but the Iranians definitely have sleeper cells. I mean, hell, Al-Qaeda had sleeper cells in this country. That's how 9/11 happened. But with that,
yeah, well, not just sleeper cells, but you know, this cells is sort of referring to a group of people. The real danger is the lone wolf sleeper agents. That's the real danger. And of course, those type of individuals can cross the southern border. They can get in that way. They can also fly in under fake identification sometimes. Sometimes they're able to do that. It's sort of rare, but it still happens. But these sleeper agents that are more of like lone wolf types, those are the real dangerous ones. They go around causing all kinds of havoc when they're activated and told to do so by their handlers and people whoever sent them here. So sleeper cells is a concern, but also just the singular agent is a big concern as well.
And interestingly enough, a lot of those sleeper cell agents, if they haven't come in through some illegal means, a lot of them statistically, I think it's something around 60% or more, are actually homegrown radicals that then somehow are contacted by a foreign government like Iran, and then they're a singular standalone sleeper cell as an individual. Those are incredibly hard to track down because they're able to keep a lot of their thoughts and plans much more low key than any kind of a group can. Groups just have a higher profile. They're easier to be found and surveilled by the FBI and other internal security services. But in general, it is a lot more difficult to actually go after a singular operator like that, whether they're coming in illegally through either a actual port of entry or just across the border, however they can. Those people still cause a significant threat, whether they're homegrown or not. So hopefully there's enough attention being paid out there. But once again, folks, there's not really a lot that can be done about those people until they do something. And of course, their attacks are reprehensible. They're terrible. They're monstrous, heinous. But at the same time, there's only so much that we can legally do in this country to try and stop those people without just completely violating everyone's rights that they have under either their state or the federal constitution and what's been laid out by the Supreme Court prior until we can pretty much just do nothing about them. So I hope that answers that the best we can, at least at the moment. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Mr. Mostly Harmless, who puts in a 14. He said, guys, such a great show, and I really mean it, and you do it like no others. The very best. And LSA, and I hope that addresses you very well. And thank you very much, Mr. Harmless, for the kind words as well. We try to do a good job every night. I will admit. Tonight, the news was not crazy during the main news segment. It was gotten crazy during the question segment by a long shot. And I have a feeling that after tonight, it's going to be crazy probably a lot tomorrow and the next day after that. It's probably about to get really crazy. It's going to be some wild news coming out. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say thank you so much for the kind words, Mr. Mostly Harmless. The news is going to be getting crazier by the day at this point. Today was a little bit of a slower day. It actually allowed for us to run our show at our normal time right now. But I do thank you so much for the support and help with this channel keep going. Thank you so much for saying that we run a great show like no others. There are a lot of great shows out there that also do this. I don't want to take any too fire away from them and just make it sound like all of them suck. There's actually some pretty good shows out there. But I got to thank you so much for the kind words, because we put a lot of work and a lot of care into our news coverage. And I hope that it really does show through in what we're doing right now every night. We've had 340,000 viewers here so far on the stream, and it is just one hell of an honor to know that folks like you really enjoyed a great deal. And the 340,000 people who've been here probably also enjoyed it a great deal as well, at least the depth of the coverage. Of course, the news that we're covering, like hospitals getting hit and stuff, isn't the greatest, but I hope that we're still able to cover the news to such a good degree that y'all feel satisfied with knowing that y'all pretty much have real-time, up-to-date information about exactly what's going on everywhere around the world when something significant is happening. So a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Jesus UCSB, who puts in a 10. And Jesus said, Mexicans for Ukraine. And Jesus UCSB.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, Jesus UCSB, an old guard and a channel legend here. And I gotta thank you so much for the support, because I think many people around the world, pretty much everyone in the Western world, Mexicans, Americans, British, Canadians, Germans, French alike, we're all in support of Ukraine, and we're all in support of American and Western interests around the world, and Ukraine certainly is one of those. And so with that, a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 10 from Jenna, last name Tolls, who said Thunder and 6 and OKC.
Hey, and thank you so much for support, Jenna Tolls, and thank you for helping this channel to keep on running again tonight. Old guard channel legend, nice cars. We appreciate someone who's got some nice cars, and they're very good looking. And so a big thanks to you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Pete Hegseth, who puts in a 10. And he said, I don't know. Y'all guessing when all you got to do is download Signal. I got the info.
I get the deets. But I do thank you so much for the support. Pete Hegseth, thank you for being here. I thank you for supporting the channel and helping it to keep on running. And we will consider that. We'll think about that. But hey, you know, what you could always do is just give us a job. Because we would, well, actually, I kind of like being a free agent out here more so than I would being a federal employee. Not to say I wouldn't ever become a federal employee and help out this great nation, but I generally like to do our own thing for the moment. But a big thanks to you once again. Hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here is going to go to Lucas Kluner, who puts in the 10. He said, LOSA from Colorado, and what effect has the conflict had on Mashhad drone production and their subsequent export to Ukraine? And I love seeing people from my generation dog on mainstream media by just being better.
Exactly. It's good to see that we're doing way better than mainstream media. Mainstream media has nothing on us. I'm certain at this point we can run circles around any anchor, any host from any of those shows. I'm very certain of that at this point. I mean, hell, you know, just look at some of them. Some of them don't even know where the hell the Swolky Gap's from. You know, some former hosts, I kind of find that they'll be a little shocking. Seems like that would be basic standard knowledge of Eastern Europe at this point, their strategic positioning or posturing in that area. But beyond that, I do have to say a big thanks to you so much once again. And the conflict has really had no impact on Mashhad drone production or usage in the war in Ukraine, because those supply lines are completely separated at this point. Back in the early part of the war, the Russians were importing Mashhad 136 kamikaze drones from the Islamic Republic of Iran, but sometime around late 2023 and early 2024, the Russians were actually able to kick off a large amount of drone production manufactories in their country itself, and from then on, they've actually been producing a drone that's identical, but it's called the Garan 2. And let me show you all a picture of this. This is the Garan 2, as opposed to the Mashhad 136 seen here. They look identical, and it's because they are. These are actually the same drone. It's just that the Garan 2 is produced entirely inside of Russia, and the Mashhad 136 is the original Mashhad 136 from Iran. in the modern day, the Russians exclusively use the Garan 2. We hardly ever see them using the Shahed 136 anymore, but considering that's a license-built version, they still get called the Shahed by pretty much everyone, including us, but that's a bit of a misnomer. So right now, Russia's ability to drone strike Ukraine with Shahed drones really has absolutely no impact with the Iran-Israel situation. They are still able to produce and field their drones independently from the Iranians at this point. The Iranians pretty much produce the Shahed drones for themselves at this point, but they still collect royalties from the licensed production of the Garan 2 inside of Russia. That's generally how that venture is set up at the moment. And so with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. I thank you once again for support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, we do have some breaking news coming out right this second. So we're being told that a full evacuation of the hospital has been ordered due to the hazardous material leak that we just saw attacked by Iran inside of Israel. And it appears to be the hospital is definitely being evacuated. Also, we were being told that the attack on Tel Aviv targeted the Israeli Diamond Exchange building. It was a direct hit on the building, and that's apparently what we saw. We also got some footage here as well showing the British aircraft carrier Queen Elizabeth passing through the Suez Canal, also here on camera as well.
Now let's take a look. We're going to be muting the Chad music. Oh, look, it's actually got its whole complement of F-35s. That's very nice. I actually thought it was going to be the HMS Prince of Wales sent to the theater, not the Queen Elizabeth.
It turned out to be the HMS King of Britain coming here or something.
The HMS Queen Elizabeth.
Yes.
The R08. A very nice carrier, mind you all, although I've heard that I actually have heard that the Prince of Wales has run into a lot of issues because it was the first in the class, and apparently it springs a lot of leaks. It's got some issues with the hull structure a little bit, but the Queen Elizabeth is more sound, and I think that's the reason why it ended up replacing the Prince of Wales here at the final moment. But we can see that's passing through the Suez. By the way, folks, this is actually the third largest aircraft carrier class in the world. It is only third to the Charles de Gaulle of France and the Nimitz. Well, actually, no, I'm sorry, correction here. The Charles de Gaulle is actually a little bit smaller than the Queen Elizabeth or the Prince of Wales class. The larger carrier classes in the world that currently are in service is the Nimitz class and the Gerald R. Ford class. Those are the only two carrier types that are larger than the Queen Elizabeth or Prince of Wales class carriers that you're seeing right here. So this is quite a sizable carrier to have. Even still, with it being the largest carrier that isn't a U.S.-made carrier, it can only carry half of the aircraft that a Nimitz-class carrier can carry. So, very interesting there. But with that, I hope that does address that well. We are seeing that will be arriving on scene very soon, within probably the next 2 days. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Gareth Baker, who puts in a 10. And Gareth said, I wonder whether bombing attack helicopters indicates Israel is looking at deploying special forces to go after nuclear sites on the ground.
It is highly possible because one of the first things to respond to a special forces infiltration would be air cav such as that, which could probably easily deal with a special forces infiltration like that. So that could be suggesting that, or it could be suggesting that Israel is just taking the opportunity to destroy any Iranian air assets, whether they are rotary or fixed wing at this point, whenever it's possible. And so with that, I thank you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And up next, big shout out to Mike Leary for throwing in a $10 donation, and also Naomi for throwing in a 10 as well. And thank you very much, Mike and Naomi, for that support, and we do appreciate that very much. We also have a 10 from Daniel Turnell, and he said, I just want to say thank you for all the hard work, and no one's really doing this kind of reporting to the level of detail that y'all are doing.
And I thank you so much for enjoying it, Daniel Turnell. Folks like you make it possible, massively possible, as a matter of fact. And I got to thank you incredibly for enjoying this channel and supporting it so that way we can keep this thing rolling and keep the news fresh and live on air every day. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. I do have to admit that I think we're the only people on the internet who do live shows like this that do get this detailed. We don't get to do live coverage, which other people have us beat on that with live cameras and stuff. But our detail is paramount to none. Like, I'm not saying that to toot our own whistle. That's just honestly kind of the truth. And we're proud to know that we are doing that. Like, that's the thing I take great pride in, is getting to know that our analysis is truly top notch, world class, really. Matthew has a bachelor's. I mean, we actually are, university trained to some degree. Matthew has a bachelor's in political science. I have a bachelor in history. So the two combined, we actually do incredibly well on air, and we're able to complement each other's analysis and information very well, looking at it from slightly different perspectives, or entirely different perspectives, but still getting a whole picture out of it. So with that, I hope that does address that the best we can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $10 super chat from Sean. And Sean said, thanks for the reputable OSINT.
And thank you so much for enjoying our reputable OSINT and supporting it. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 10 from 2 hot dog guys and 1 cup of snow. He said, I heard Russia is warning the United States to not join the war against Iran and backing Israel. And what, if anything, would be the likely outcome with Russia if the United States does join Israel and Slava Ukraine?
They would do nothing, and they'd like it, because the Russians know that they're weak, they can't do anything, and if they decide to sally forth and try and deal with us in the Middle East, we'd whip their ass like no one else has. They would learn a lesson. They thought the Ukrainians were tough. They haven't seen what the United States could do to the Russian Air Force. It would be a no contest battle. So they'll do nothing, and they'll be happy with it. Kind of like how they did nothing at the start of this. They had a strategic partnership with Iran at the outset, and they actually told Israel prior that if they did anything to Iran, they were really going to hurt them. That was way back in early 2024 last year. The Israelis have been bombing the hell out of the Iranians for a week now, and the Russians have sat back, done nothing, and they still haven't come to the aid of Iran. As a matter of fact, they publicly stated that the Iranians have never asked them for help, although the Iranian ambassador to Russia said that the Russians aren't helping Iran, although they need it, and they'll never forget this treachery. So it's quite clear the Iranians will do nothing, and they'll like it. And we'll teach them a lesson if we have to. So they better sit back and shut up for a little bit and focus on Ukraine instead, and pray to God we don't get involved in that any more seriously than we are right now. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 10 from Deb. And Deb said, I can't believe we're getting involved in this mess. I didn't vote for this. Well, but Deb, listen though, you don't have to necessarily vote for it. It's what's good for the nation. That's the thing. Our ally Israel is getting beat over there right now. Iran's putting a hurt on them, and even though Israel's doing a good job of defending themselves, this nuclear weapons problem that Iran has could affect everybody, including the United States. So I did vote for protection. We want protection no matter who we vote in. So we don't want Iran, who's a rogue state, to get a nuke and then nuke us, because that might not be good for anybody. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say, Deb, maybe you didn't vote for this, but I think you voted to live. And right now, the President of the United States is trying to make the best actions possible to keep the United States in a reserved position, but also keep your little head on your shoulders here in the next few years. So that way the Iranians can't make a nuclear weapon and knock it off your shoulders. So I'd say that while you may have not voted for this, I'd say I don't care who the president was. I'll be honest with you all. If it was Kamala or Trump on this last election, I don't care who it was. If they were making this call right now, this is the right call to be making, is to get involved in this. Because this isn't threatening Israel. Forget Israel. Let's just move them out of the picture. Iran hates us as well. They chant death to America along with death to Israel whenever they have their parliamentary sessions in their country. If Israel didn't exist, that nuclear weapon is being made for us. That is the real threat here. And I'm pretty sure that if you had a vote to live or not, you would vote to live. And that's the kind of self-preservation actions that we are making right now. So in my opinion, regardless of who you voted for, I think that everyone votes to live every time they go around an election. And these actions are nothing but self-preservation at its most raw form. And so with that, thanks to you once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And our next one here goes to ER to the Win, who puts in a 10. And they said, with the need for preservation of civilian life, it will be entered and ended. And regime changes has ended poorly in the past, but this unclear as to Iran's next step.
I think it was support. Unfortunately, I don't know what that super chat is getting at. Do you know what it's getting at, Matthew?
I'm not really sure. Let me try to scan over real quick again. Let's see here. With the need to preserve civilian life, regime changes have ended poorly in the past, but this was unclear. I think maybe they were criticizing regime change in countries. I get the fact that people don't like it when the United States has to force a regime change, but sometimes it is necessary. Now, obviously, when we went into the Middle East before and said that Saddam had weapons of mass destruction, that was obviously not good because we didn't have evidence of that. So, there are mistakes that are made, and that was a very, very large mistake, not to underplay that whatsoever. But this time, though, Iran's clearly developing a nuke. The IAEA and all these other agencies are saying that Iran is not in compliance. And that's what the inspectors looking at it with their own eyes. So We can't just get skeptical about everything just because one time there was a major mistake. That seems like a recipe for disaster, in my opinion.
Let's see here. Want to find this really quickly. Oh yeah, here we go. Hey, if you didn't believe me, here's a pro. I want to address some things in the chat really quickly, because once I said what I said, some people wanted to come in. I'm going to address this because while they're live chats and we're getting to them a little early, I still want to get to them. Someone said, "I've been told lies by our government here in America. I'm listening to the Kool-Aid talk because Iran loves America." Well, here's a pro Ayatollah protest that was being held in Iran, since protests are only held in Iran in support of the government. And you can see right there that they're holding a giant banner that says "Death to America" and "Death to Israel" in English for our benefit, so that way we can read it. We can also see them carrying around signs right here that say "Down with the USA," showing a picture of the President of the United States getting sucker punched by an Iranian. They're burning American flags. And also, they paint these giant paintings on the side of their buildings that say "Down with the USA." That's in Tehran right there. So I would say, I haven't been lied to by the government. You're being lied to by some clown. I'm assuming it's most likely Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens, because they seem to be the top voices out there making it sound like Iran actually is our friends. These people want to kill you. Like they want to kill me and you. So don't be mistaken here. These people are our enemy. Not because we made them into our enemy. They want to be our enemy, and I'm going to treat them like they want to be treated. They want to be our enemy, so that's what they are. I'm not going to sit here and beat around the bush on that. And then another thing that someone said is that Iran doesn't have an ability to nuke us now because they don't have a rocket that can reach us, so you're lying and it's not our problem. North Korea also didn't have a rocket to reach us when they made their first nuke, and if you go and check right now, they've got a Hwasong 19 with your name on it, pal, and a MIRV to deliver those nuclear warheads with. So it is entirely certain that if the Iranians make a nuclear weapon today, an ICBM is going to follow tomorrow, and your little noggin is going to be under that bullseye along with my little noggin. And while you might be a little too ignorant to know that, I'm smart enough to know I don't want to get killed by their nuclear bomb. So if it comes down to me making the shot, I'm calling the shot for both of us, and you're going to come out alive along with me. But I'm not going to die for other people's ignorance because they want to believe something that isn't reality. That's the truth of it. I hope all of y'all agree with me on that, because that generally stands for all of y'all. I will not let a single American get put in harm's way or possible injury and death because of our inaction on stopping the Iranians from having a nuclear weapon. That is incredibly clear and an obvious answer to me. And so with that, I hope that addresses that the best we can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Kiowa Island, who puts in a $50 donation. And thank you very much, Kiowa Island, for that very generous support as well. And they said, Vladimir Vladimirovich is a turncoat.
I would agree. Thank you for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we had a 10 that just came in from Gavin May. And thank you very much, Gavin, as well, for that support. He said, Iran has been weeks away from nukes since you were in grade school.
No, they have only been weeks away from nukes right now. That's something that we've known, because it takes a while to get a nuclear program going, and they've had a nuclear program going, but that doesn't mean they've been weeks away from it. And that's just people who've been trying to say stuff. But right now, they're getting incredibly close. They've even said it themselves on official government statements in Iran. So with that, I hope that addresses that well. Thank you for the support, and we are on to the next one.
All right, and let me grab one more thing from the live chat here, and then we'll move on to our next one. This one is going to go to none other than Ryan Johnson, who puts in a 10. And he said, do you think Israel or maybe resistance in Iran has a plan for regime change? And I wonder, because I know they have many factions that could trigger a civil war in Iran.
There are a decent amount of factions in Iran that could rise up. It's just that we haven't seen any of them rise up so far. We don't really know how significant or wide-sweeping their base is of supporters, which would really have a lot of impact whether their rebellions are successful or not. And considering that we've seen none of them rise up yet, either the government isn't weak enough or their support base isn't large enough to actually be able to push that operation forward yet. So the Iranian government may have to be significantly weakened further for that to become a likelihood. And so with that, I thank you once again for support, and how about this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat here is going to go to, let me move on to our next one here on the spreadsheet. This one goes to, I'll scroll down, Noah Ater, who puts in a 10. And Noah said, C-17's mobilizing from MacDill Air Force Base here in Florida, and Florida pride at its finest, considering I've lived here since Mother's Day in 2020. And let's go, an LSA.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. And it's always great to know that every state in this amazing country contributes to the armed forces and our great nation in some way, shape, or form. And Florida is of no shortage of have anything. They have the Florida men, which are a weapon in themselves, and then they also have the military based out of there as well, especially out of Eglin. Eglin's a really interesting base out here. Wait a minute, is this now called Duke Fields?
Duke Fields?
What? Wait, did they rename it? This ought to be Eglin. Can't really get an answer here. Where's the Ordnance Museum? Here's the Armament Museum. That's what I'm talking about. This is in Eglin. Yeah, so there's... Yeah, Eglin Air Force. But okay, still Eglin. Thank God. I was about to get freaked out. I was like, what? It's not Eglin anymore? So this is all Eglin. Eglin is a pretty impressive base. We've been past it a while because there's a lot of tourist spots down here near Fort Walton Beach, Destin, Miramar, Seaside, and all of that. It's really interesting airbase. And they usually fly F-35s down the beach. A pretty common amount around here. If you go down there, you'll see them. But with that, I thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Oh, wow. We have a bold claim coming out right this second. A very bold claim. Right now, we are hearing from Israel's Channel 14 that allegedly Trump has agreed to join the war. Now, once again, that's being reported by Israel's Channel 14. So take that for what you will. But right now, generally speaking, Israel Channel 14 is pretty reliable from what I've seen so far. So that could mean that maybe in the background, Israel has gotten word that he has agreed to join. It hasn't been reported publicly yet, but take that for what you will for right now. I think it is pretty imminent at this point that the U.S. is going to join the war, so I really don't doubt that statement very much, but we haven't heard from the president directly about that statement right there. But Enforcer, what do you think about that statement right there?
It's very interesting. I mean, I think that's actually the answer. I think the answer is clear at this point. Don't you agree, Matthew? Because we keep on seeing the National Security Council conferences in the Situation Room. We've seen 2 of them now, one today and yesterday. And then we're also seeing that U.S. air assets keep moving on a daily basis over there. I think the answer is already clear. It's just that we're waiting for everything to get in place, have our plan laid out and get ready to be executed, and then execute the plan when it's ready to go. I think that's what it really is.
I think that's probably what they're doing. It seems like they're trying to get the staging operations out of the way, which means basically get the ships into place, get the aircraft into place, get the refueling tankers there, so that way when we put our fighter jets in the air, we have a way to keep them fueled up, so that way they can do extended operations. I think that's probably what we're waiting for right now. Now, in my opinion, this is just my sole opinion, not political with this, we should have already had that in place because we had the intel probably knowing that this was coming, and we chose to sit back and wait until the last second. So, you know, Israel needs to take care of itself. Yes, that is their responsibility to defend their country. But at the same time, though, if we're truly coming to Israel's defense, we should have been in place already. So that way we didn't have to delay, several more days to get involved, because we're really not sure exactly how soon the U.S. can actually get involved. We've been told that we don't need all the ships in place to actually start hitting Iran, but we're not really sure what the plans are in the background. Obviously, that's a little bit above our pay grade. We're not told that in the public. But to me, it would seem like we should be pretty much ready for this right now. But it sounds like we'll be ready to go here shortly.
I have a feeling, I'm not going to say that because, we don't know if we ever get anything dead on the nail or not, and we also don't know who's watching out of the 15.5 thousand people who are still here. So I'll withhold my ideas on what's going to be happening once the U.S. starts moving forward on its plan for now, because, who knows? Like, the Iranians are so incompetent, saying anything could give them some ideas. So I'm just going to hold back on saying anything at the moment. But with that, we are on to the next one in the meantime.
And our next one in the meantime goes to Chris Scott, who puts in a 10. And Chris said, great coverage, and I hope that few bucks helps.
And a few bucks always do help. And I got to thank you massively for support and helping this channel to keep on running, Chris Scott. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 10 from Walk's Random Channel, who said, I'm not an expert by any means, but will the regime end as a consequence? And if so, what will replace it?
The regime will mostly...
I said the communists. That's who's probably going to try to replace it, the Communist Party.
Oh, I don't think so. I honestly think that considering that Iran is Islamic and the culture largely kind of ebbs around that a good bit, even without the regime, they're most likely going to shoot for some kind of an emirate. So I would assume some form of a constitutional monarchy. I know that there's the idea of a presidential republic being floated out there. I still think that's unlikely. Most Islamic cultures just generally cannot support a presidential republic. Like, that's not like a bar against them or anything. That's just really the fact of it. Iraq is pretty much the only one, and even still, they're kind country is highly unstable because of that structure. So I feel like it probably would be some sort of an emirate, like the UAE or Qatar or Saudi Arabia. Well, Saudi Arabia is actually a complete monarchy, but it will end up being some sort of a monarchical structure, if I had to assume, if the government currently in charge fell inside of Iran. So with that, I thank you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Willie's Retirement Greece, who puts in a 7. And thank you, Rome's Willie's, as well. He said, what a awesome channel. And thank you for all the information. And this is what I've been searching for. God bless.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, Willie's Retirement Greece. And thank you for saying this is what you're looking for. We hope that everyone pretty much gets that when they come to this channel. They're like, this is the news that we were always looking for. And I got to thank you for the kind words, because that's exactly what we look for every night. And so with that, a big thanks once again. And we're on to the next one.
All right. And also, by the way, we do have some more footage that just came out right this second. Let's take a look at this real quick. We can see the footage showing the missile slamming into the hospital in Beersheba earlier, just a moment ago. So let's take a look and see the exact moment of impact.
All right. You know, it's interesting, man, for them to say no one can film the stuff. Everyone's filming it. Like, there's no lack of info. But here's the clip. Oh, my goodness.
Whoa. That was a big hit.
That was a direct hit. No doubt, not debris, that is a direct hit. You can even see the shockwave deform the air for a moment around the epicenter. Look at this. You can see it right there. It's almost like a small version of the Beirut explosion from the size of that thing. But that was a direct hit on the hospital. They aimed and targeted that thing specifically. So with that, very unfortunate to see. And we are going to be moving on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to the average enthusiast, who puts in a 5. And they said, the intro goes extremely hard in LSA.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. We're actually going to be shortening down the intro pretty much permanently, most likely starting tomorrow. We'll most likely only be including the Armed Forces medley and the Star Spangled Banner. And then we're going to be switching out some stuff. And then we're also going to release the Columbia, the Gem of the Ocean track as a single. So it will actually be available on the channel for everyone to listen to along with the music video. And then we'll also release the Anthem of the LSA as a single, as an individual video as well. But I do thank you so much for support, and I thank you for appreciating the intro, because it took a lot of effort, time, and money to be able to make that intro possible. And it is one hell of an intro. I still am a huge fan of it, although some people complain that it is wildly long. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, the Iranians are claiming that they struck the hospital in Beersheba. They're saying, this is what the Iranians are saying. They said, quote unquote, we struck the Soroka medical site because it was secretly used as a military facility for high-level meetings of occupation leaders. Large caches of weapons were stored beneath it. Obviously, that's bullcrap right there. Obviously, it's the Israel does not need to use hospitals like Hezbollah and Hamas do for like weapon storage sites. Israelis have proper weapon storage. There's no need to use a hospital, so it's not even a legitimate or a logical claim that they're making right there. Obviously, they're lying, but it doesn't even make logical sense either. So they're clearly trying to make a justification to start attacking civilians now in the wide open. So just complete bullcrap right there by the Iranians.
And it's not like here's something interesting about this. The Israelis will hit hospitals in the Gaza Strip, and then they'll go in. Jeez, dude, you can actually see the destruction here now in the Gaza Strip. The satellite footage finally updated. But they'll go into the hospitals, and then they'll actually go into the basements, and they will prove that there were weapon caches inside of the building. They can actually prove it verifiably because they're on the ground right after the strikes were conducted. On the other hand, Iran has no way to prove that at the moment. They never will be able to prove it. So pretty much what they're saying is, just trust us all. There's weapons down there. It's like, if there were weapons, why wouldn't the Iranians take the smart option, like the Israelis would, and show actual video or picture evidence that some sort of an Iranian agent was able to get inside the hospital or under the hospital, actually showing some kind of a weapons cache? If they can't prove that, they're lying. And we already know that they're lying. It's just the fact that we want to make sure to prove that they are definitely lying without a shadow of a doubt at this point. So unless if they ever bring out video or picture evidence to confirm there were weapons under that hospital, and they didn't make it with ChatGPT or some form of an AI video creation system, then they're lying. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best we can. The absolute BS claim, though, by the Iranians. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Burnaby Alex, who puts in a 5. And they said, nah, mate, large white smoke plumes mean a new dictator's picked.
That's a pretty good one, Burnaby Alex. And we actually used that joke, I think, like 2 days ago, and I was like, oh, I can't do it again. I reused it. But it's always a good one. I get a kick out of it. And so with that, a big thanks to you once again for support, and we are on to the next one.
And we got a 5 from Daniel, who said, so Caspian report is suggesting that Israel might follow the Daya strategy. And do y'all think this is a possibility if the war drags on after a month?
And really quickly, let me go pull that up because I don't know specific strategies by name.
I've never heard of that one either, I'll be honest.
So the Dahia Doctrine is an Israeli military strategy involving the large-scale destruction of civilian infrastructure, or domicide, which is the destruction of housing by humans in pursuit of specified goals to pressure hostile governments. The doctrine
That sounds like a war crime.
Yeah, it sounds like a straight-up war crime. Let's see. The doctrine was outlined by former Israeli Defense Forces Chief of General Staff Gadi Eisenkot. Israeli Colonel Gabi Siboni wrote that Israel should target economic interests and centers of civilian power that support the organization. Let's see here. So it never appears that it's been followed through on, at least from what I can see. Let's see. And it does appear that there's a lot of people in Israel who say that this is a clear violation of international law, which it would be. I don't think they'd ever implement that strategy. I think that was something that was come up with by a loony, because that's just a straight-up war crime to even suggest doing something like that and directly targeting civilian targets that don't have any military value for the hell of it. So I don't think that's ever going to happen in this particular instance. We haven't seen it happen so far. We've even seen that when they're attacking Iranian officials inside of residential buildings, they are very pinpoint precise targets, usually using smaller munitions by Mossad operations on Mossad operatives on the ground. So I would say I would highly doubt that they would ever use the Dahia strategy in real life, and it doesn't look like they've ever used it in practice so far, at least by their own official claims. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to be a $30 support that just came in from Elmsy. And thank you very much, Elmsy, for that $30 support. They said hiding weapons and personnel in hospitals is the first point in Iran's proxy playbook.
And I thank you for the support, and that's actually true. It is the very first thing that Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis do. They hide everything under a hospital, and that makes sense for them because their weapons are small. They're usually small arms, handheld rocket launchers, such things as that. So you can hide those under hospitals and basements. The Israeli military equipment that Israel has isn't something you can hide in a basement easily or access easily as a result for their kind of size of military operations. So that is a little bit ridiculous for them to try and make that claim about the Israelis, because there's no verifiable proof of that either. But with that, I thank you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so moving on to our next super chat here. Let me reorganize my spreadsheet real quick. And this one is going to go to Gavin May, throw in a 10. And thank you very much, Gavin, as well, for that $10 support and helping to keep the channel running. And we also have a 7 from Aaron S. And Aaron said, so the Iranian people are secular people held just by the IRGC and Islamic occupiers. The revolution basic ally ruined them.
And I thank you so much for the support. And there is a decent amount of the Iranian folks who are secular people, but there is the significant portion of Iran is Islamic. But the thing is, though, is that they're not radical Islamics like the ones in charge. So there's a bit of a difference. It's kind of like, for an example here, for all the Christian folks who may be watching, because we're also Christians as well on the channel, it's kind of like living in a country like the United States, which is a secular government right now, and then Kenneth Copeland ends up becoming the leader of the United States. And imagine the hell that would follow with that. So, that's kind of the similar thing that's going on in Iran. It's not that everyone over there is, atheists or agnostic or anything. They do profess the Islamic religion as their faith. It's just that they're not nut jobs like the ones in charge in Iran right now. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. I thank you for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. Also, by the way, Japan is now sending military aircraft right now to get its citizens out of Israel and Iran right now, apparently. So the Japanese are on the way to the Middle East right this very second to get their people out. But anyways, jumping into our next one here. This one goes to Mike Zero Source, who puts in a 5. He said, do you see Saudi Arabia having a part in influencing the future of Iran, or will Iran fall under China's Belt and Road influence?
I think that China would largely be bolstered through the Belt and Road influence that exists at the moment. I have a feeling that's a pretty decent certainty that they would. The problem is, though, is that they might not be able to stop them from collapsing right now, because it seems as though it's not going well for them at the moment. And with the U.S. now sounding like we are definitely joining in soon, certainly will not be going well for them. And so with that, I thank you for support. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to two hot dog guys, one cup of snow once again, he puts in a 5. And they said thoughts on allowing Nippon Steel purchase of U.S. steel. And in 2017, Saudi bought our largest refinery and now the leading producer of aerospace steel.
I find that to be a violation of national security interests. This was actually shot down, the purchase of U.S. steel by Nippon, twice under the prior Trump administration in 2016 to 2020, and also by the Biden administration from 2020 to 2024. And I believe that both times that was very well founded in national security interest. But the problem is that U.S. Steel is dying. Like, if you look at their company, they are foundering. There's really no way for them to survive right now without some sort of an external stimulus of money being pretty much flooded into them. And so right now what the U.S. government is doing is that they're pretty much handing off our steel production of the second largest steel producer in America behind Nucor over to Nippon. I don't think that's a good idea. Yes, the Japanese are an ally. That is true. And Nippon Steel is a Japanese company. But at the same time, it doesn't make any sense for a strategic industry like steel production to be owned by a foreign company. That just doesn't make any sense. I would say that it'd be a lot smarter for the United States to possibly subsidize U.S. Steel or see about a possible merger with Nucor and a corporate restructuring or possibly a congressional act that would combine Nucor and U.S. Steel together and allow for a significant corporate restructuring to see that American steel manufacturing can still remain an American-owned venture for strategic security purposes. That's generally what I would say. It doesn't make any sense to give away such important, like, steel production is very important, like, whether people want to admit that or not. This country still relies on our domestic steel production in the advent of war. So I would say that the authorization of that acquisition by Nippon for U.S. Steel is inherently not within America's interests. We should find a way to make U.S. Steel either exist through U.S. government subsidies that we give to U.S. Steel to pretty much just survive, or we find a way to create a corporate restructuring that will actually make them monetarily or viable in the market. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can, at least in my opinion. And with that, we are on to the next one. Also, yes, I would agree, Matthew. I think it is time for a Super Chat cutoff. We are going to be instilling a Super Chat cutoff from this point. I believe that we have about 80 Super Chats in the spreadsheet. I think we've been able to get through about 40 of them, but considering that the stream is going on long into the night, we want to make sure to be able to round this thing out so we can get up at an early time tomorrow, take care of some adulting tasks, which we have not been able to deal with so far, and also make sure to knock out more short war video updates and streams for y'all tomorrow. So if you are throwing in a Super Chat at this point, please beware. There is a pinned comment at the top of our live chat right now that there is a Super Chat cutoff. Any Super Chats that come in beyond this point will not be able to be read off on stream, at least the contents of it. We will most likely name you off by name, the amount of your Super Chat, and thank you for the support, but that's about all we'll be able to do because we have to start rounding the stream out and getting ready for the next news day. So I hope everyone does understand. A big thanks to everyone, though, for supporting tonight. And if you do want to support and have your Super Chat addressed, make sure to come back tomorrow night and throw in your Super Chat then, because then we will be able to address it. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so this one is going to be a $5 Super Chat from Jeremy Vahil, who said, what about the droid attack on the Wookiees?
Oh my goodness. That's a prequel joke. I thank you for the support, Jeremy Vigil, but I don't really have an answer to that because I don't even know how they answered that in the movie. I forgot the line, but I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And wasn't that like Con Londo or something like that who said that in the Star Wars prequels? I don't know. I don't really watch Star Wars much, but it was Kid Fisto, I think. That's his name. Something like that. Anyways, thank you once again for support. Hope the distress. Honestly, that one's got me cracked up. But with that, we're on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Ira Moffat, who puts in a 5. And they said Operation Opera, the Israeli attack on Iraq's nuclear reactor, took place in 1981 and not 1995.
Are you sure? Operation Opera. Oh, it did. You were actually correct. I misstated that earlier. I do thank you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. You were actually correct on that. That was 1981, not 1995. And I don't really know where I got the 1995 number from now that I'm thinking about all day. I'm like, where the hell did I get that from? But I do thank you for the support. I thank you for clarifying that. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to Grivier, who puts in a 5. They said, great job, guys. OSIN is on point.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, Grevier, and we try our best. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we have a 5 from Saintly Beginnings, who said, couldn't Israel Air Force strike the ventilation and entry points to the Fordo facility, sealing all within?
They could, but the Iranians could try and just excavate the folks out and then try and recover or salvage the equipment at a later date. So you pretty much have to completely destroy the equipment and pretty much assets in the facility itself to make sure that it's completely destroyed and entirely inaccessible. We cannot leave a trace behind. And so with that, I hope that does address it well. Big thanks to you once again. And we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to, actually, let's see here. Let's go ahead and grab Gunfox's super chats real quick that are still at the top of the spreadsheet real quick. They're on a slightly different topic, but since we're at the end of the stream now, let's go ahead and address it. He put in a 50 for his first one, and he has a topic here about apparently a Skylab, actually. He said, Skylab's orbit eventually decayed and it disintegrated in the atmosphere on July 11th, 1979, scattering debris across the Indian Ocean and Australia. Debris landed about 300 miles east of Perth, Western Australia, due to a 4% calculation error.
And I thank you for the support, and I thank you for sharing that, Gunfox. Very interesting information to hear about that Skylab satellite. And let me go show that right here. Oh, actually, it's not a satellite. It's a space station right there. I got to thank you so much once again for support. And very interesting here that it unfortunately burned up in the Earth's atmosphere in 1979. But with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, Gunfox put in two $20 super chats, and thank you very much, Gunfox, for that support as well. He said on July 28th, Skylab 3, which was also known as SL3 and SLM2, was the second crewed mission, and a set of core medical investigations were performed on all three Skylab crewed missions, and these core investigations were performed. And question from the chat.
And I got to thank you so much for the support once again, and very interesting here about the Skylab 3 mission. And also, it appears that you were speaking about Skylab 4 as well in your next super chat. And let's see if we can go get a picture of Skylab 4. And there's Skylab 4. They were all the same Skylab space station, for everyone to know, by the way. It was just the Skylab series space stations. Marginal differences on the inside and some of the operational mechanics of each space station, but generally all of the same design and principle. But with that, I thank you so much for the support, and we will make sure to grab that live chat in your honor. So what do we got, Matthew?
And this live chat goes to EJ Games, who says, what was the big surprise that Iran had for Israel?
Apparently it was just this missile attack and hit in a hospital, I guess. That was the big surprise, was attacking innocent people inside of a hospital. So I guess that would be the answer. And so with that, I hope that does address that live chat well. And a massive thanks once again to Gunfox, who is pretty much our space engineer of the LSA. A big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to El Gringo, who puts in a 5. And they say, Command Control F is perfect for instantly finding text on a page, and it'll save you lots of time.
And thank you so much for support, El Gringo. I've known about that for a long time, but I always like to try and find it by the old Mark 1 eyeball. So a big thanks to you so much once again. Hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Barry Woodward, who says, resupplying the bags of grains of salt.
I thank you for the support, Barry. Unfortunately, I don't know what that phrase means. I think my brain's starting to get fried from how late we were going on this one tonight. But a big thanks to you.
He's saying all the grains of salt, like taking news with a grain of salt. He's resupplying the bags of grains of salt.
Oh, now I get it. You had to explain it to me in simple terms. Now I'm getting it. But I do thank you for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Spring Fauna, who said, love you guys. And when can we see the Marmot again?
Hopefully soon. I don't think we'll be able to see it tonight due to time constraints, but maybe we'll be able to see it a little bit later on in the future. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Daniel Steinberg, who said, I love Israel, but I'm concerned what the exit strategy is, since Iran can just rebuild even if Fordo is destroyed, and is regime change the only hope?
Regime change is most likely our surefire hope of ensuring that they'll never develop a nuclear weapon, or we can just keep an eye on them, and the next time they try and work towards nuclearization, we bomb them again. And that's a pretty easy answer, because it's not like they can hide these facilities. Or you can just send a nuclear sniffer out that way, and if it sniffs uranium somewhere in the country, well, buddy, it's going to be on again, and they're going to get it a second time. So we could kind of deal with it that way, pretty much indefinitely, really. But with that, I hope that does address that the best we can. A big thanks to you so much once again. Or we could largely give them this ultimatum. After we destroy their nuclear facilities, ensure that they physically cannot create a nuclear weapon, we will give them this ultimatum. You either allow in UN nuclear inspectors and IAEA nuclear inspectors every single 4-month quarter, well, actually 3-month quarter, or we bomb y'all and we get rid of your government. So you can either remain in power and we'll make sure that y'all don't develop a nuclear weapon, or we will remove y'all from power, and we'll make sure that you never have the chance to live to see the day that you create a nuclear weapon. So the choice is yours. And so I think that would probably be the best ultimatum that we could give them, really. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. A big thanks to you once again, and we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to the Dane Company, who puts in a 5. And they said, thank you for the awesomeness and long overtime in LSA. And has anyone thought of what the people on the space station must be thinking and seeing about the dilemma?
They're probably seeing a good bit, actually. It's probably very interesting what they're seeing from up there. But generally, the scientific folk of the ISS don't really speak about what they see down here on the great terrestrial land below. But a big thanks to you so much once again. Hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And we got a 5 from Edward Nielsen. And he said, protecting America is the federal government's primary responsibility.
And I would agree, Edward Nielsen. In terms of foreign policy, that is the U.S. federal government's primary and sole concern is the protection and safeguarding of U.S. national security interests and the protection of our people. And so with that, a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to the Wolfman, who puts in a 5. And the Wolfman said, Iran's filling out their war crime bingo cards tonight, fellows. FAFO is in full effect, and the Iranians are about to find out harder than Hussein did in 91.
I hope so, at least for what they're doing and their threats to the United States so far. I definitely hope so. And on a secondary note, for what they're doing to Israel right now, I'd also hope for for that as well. And so with that, I thank you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And moving on here to our next one. This one goes to Quentin Samuels, who puts in a 5. He said, what other countries will join Iran if the U.S. joins the war? And how long would it take for them to get rid of Fordo?
The United Kingdom would definitely join. The conflict if the U.S. joins. They're already sending the Queen Elizabeth to the area to respond. So I think the British will be joining in without a doubt. Maybe even the French. I'm still doubting that. The French are always on the fence with these sorts of things in the Middle East, but maybe. But I think for the U.S. to get rid of Fordo, it'll literally be within probably the first hour and a half of our military operations. We'll probably get Fordo on the spot by just dropping a mop on it. And so with that, thank you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to G Money Around, who puts in a 4. And they said, could Iran move the uranium at the start of the war?
They can move it, but we have airplanes that are specifically designed to literally sniff the stuff out. So if they've moved it somewhere, we'll figure out where it is. And so with that, I thank you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 2 from Scott McClellan, as well as a 2 from Bruce Lee. And thank you very much for the both of you for that support. We also have a 2 from Glenn Brooks, who said, reported 5 Iranian government planes heading to Oman.
We did hear about that earlier, and we actually did cover that a little bit. And so with that, thank you once again. And we are on to the next one.
And we have a 2 from Edward White. He said, I'm dropping off the mole, the mother of all logs, right now. Oh, my God, bro. What the hell?
All right, that one caught me. That one caught me off guard.
That is a sidewinder right there. My brain's getting tired. I didn't register to that until I read it. Good for you, Edward. I hope it's going well.
I was thinking you were going to catch that, and then you read the whole thing off, and I was like, wow, I guess we'll respond to that on air. Best of luck to you. I hope that operation is a success. And so a big thanks to you once again. And we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Redeem Patriot, who puts in a 2 and says, look up UF6 release Kerr McGee, 1986.
Kerr McGee. How do you spell this guy's name? Kerr with 2 R's and then McGee. Excuse me. Dang. UF6 release. I can't find anything on that. So. Wait a minute. It's an accidental release of what? Let's see here. I'm sorry. Too long didn't read. I hate to say that on a super chat, but this is like a 16-page release from the Nuclear Commission, and I just unfortunately cannot read that at this point. It's just too late in the show. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are actually going to be moving into our live chats and Morse code decoders of the stream. But due to time constraints, folks, considering the stream's been going on for nearly 4 hours, we'll only be grabbing, unfortunately, due to time constraints, 3 live chat questions after the Morse code, and then we're going to be rounding this thing out. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
So our Morse code decoders tonight were Paul Schultz, Kevin J, Mason Miami, Joni Dog, Norm Pritchett, and Arabelle Garbo. They said the Morse code says Iran will feel the full force of the coalition very soon, and so will Russia.
And That's the sound of money. Y'all got that done on the nail. That is the jackpot. And y'all did get that correct. I got to congratulate the Lee Spring Army Signal Corps once again for getting that correct for the 1,211th day in a row, because y'all continue to get that right time and time again. And so with that, a big congratulations to you all once again. And with that, we are on to the third to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Louis Orozco, who said, I'm curious to know if China is going to raise a big spaz if Israel and the U.S. cut off Iran oil supplies to the China.
I don't think they will. I think they'll probably find another oil supplier in the Middle East. Honestly, I don't really think they care as long as the Iranians or someone continues to give them oil. I think they'll be fine. They might even turn their attention towards the Russians. That might be an unintended side effect, is that they start to siphon out more Russian oil, and that actually bolsters the Russians' war in Ukraine, maybe economically. But beyond that, I hope that is addressed the best I can, and we are on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Alex Williams, who said, do you think if Iran has a nuclear weapon, do you think they'll use it as a last resort if it looks like the country will collapse?
If they had a nuclear weapon, they'd definitely try and use it at that point, because existential threats to a government's existence is usually when you would see someone use a nuclear weapon. So with that, I hope that I addressed it the best I can, and we are on to the final question of the night. And so with that, who is the last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is Chris, who said, here's my question. How terrified must Putin be to see his allies falling and America hasn't done anything yet? Checkmate.
He must be freaking fearful, because literally Syria collapsed because of on their own, like with Russian support. Iran is collapsing on their own without Russian support. It just seems like no matter what, everyone's allies, everyone that's allies with the Russians are falling apart at this point. So I think it's probably scaring him greatly, in my opinion. But with that, I hope I was able to address that well, and we reached the end of tonight's stream. I've got to give a huge thanks to the 30,000 people who are here live at the peak, and the 363,000 people who've watched the stream before it ended. We are entirely honored and appreciative to know that so many of y'all have enjoyed our stream tonight, and we hope y'all join us tomorrow for the next day of coverage. When will we be going live? I don't really know. If there isn't a large amount of breaking news that happens in the middle of the day, we will be going live at this usual time every night at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. If there is a massive amount of news, then you can guarantee that we definitely will be going live at some point whenever that breaking news happens tomorrow. We can't say when, because that's kind of the thing about the breaking news. We don't know when it's breaking. But with that, we will see you all tomorrow at some point. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, and long live the Lee Spring Army. The Lee Spring Army will never die.
And with that, folks, thank you all for joining us once again tonight, and we will see you all tomorrow, most likely probably early tomorrow, I'd imagine, because I think there's going to be some big news coming out tomorrow, but we will see you then. And thank you all to all 370,000 people that joined us tonight, and we appreciate every single one of you for joining us, and we hope you will join us again tomorrow. And also, if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel for more breaking news updates just like this one, and we will see you all in the next one. And with that, bye-bye for now.